It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your 120 keyword is camera. Camera. Text camera to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. And you're entered for tickets to the Avs and the Ducks tomorrow night. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. The keyword is camera. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. All right, boys. Last night, you have Indiana as the national champion. Fernando Mendoza. I mean, Miami actually had the ball in their hands. They did. They had time.
It was a way better game than I thought it was going to be.
They were driving. I mean, they had a chance to win the game and walk it off. And Carson Beck, who is an amazing student, threw the interception. And that was that. So what did we see last night, man?
Well, we did get a football game. I was worried it was just going to be blowout city from Indiana, and Miami was clawing their way back. They were really trying to make it interesting. Had a couple decent-looking drives, including the last drive of the game until that interception was thrown. Fernando Mendoza had his John Elway helicopter moment. I mean, that QB draw that they ran on, it was like 4th and 6.
4th and 5 they officially
4th and 5, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a gutsy call on 4th and 5, a QB draw.
Did you see him afterwards with Scott, what's his name, after the thing? He came and sat down with him?
Van Pelt, yeah.
That was actually a play that if it was man on one side, he had an option to throw it to man on one side, and he said it was man on one side and zone on another, but he had an option to either throw it or run it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I did not hear that.
Yeah, he said that. He detailed that. And they just put that play in this week too. That's another one. They had scouted out Miami.
I tell you what, he's still he forget the dive, which is great, but he'd already picked up a first down. But the juke he had in the hole got him to the first down and eventually able to dive. He made a juke in the hole that was as impressive as the dive, but because the dive and getting squashed in the back and holding on and scoring, that's all everybody's watching. But go back and watch that play and watch that juke he had in the hole.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there.
Yeah, he's excited. He's an excitable young man. Yeah, he was like, I don't care. Whatever you need.
Did you see that video I sent you of Raider fans this morning doing that ABBA song? And they're
Fernando, yes.
Fernando.
I was chuckling at that post-game interview, though, because I'm willing to die for my teammates. That came up after they were asking him about a couple scrapes he had on his arm. He showed his arm. He's got a couple scrapes, on the forearm. Like he played a little bit of football.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're jumping straight to dying.
Yeah,
okay.
They're like, hey, Fernando, show us your arm.
He got punched in the mouth early in the game on a no call, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloodied his lip early.
Hey, the dudes.
Yeah, I was surprised. The game, I actually enjoyed it more than I wanted to.
Did you know he had a little brother on the team that was a backup quarterback and is now transferring out?
Yeah, he hits the portal the morning after they win a national championship.
Yeah.
Because they brought in Cignetti is cold-blooded, bro. And
I from TCU?
I think you're right. It's something like that. He's already brought in a high-profile guy.
Yes, it is the kid from TCU.
TCU guy. Okay, yeah. So Alberto Mendoza goes on to, hey, we can take him here at CU, right? Alberto Mendoza.
That's the first thing I thought. That's the first thing I thought. Why not?
Why not?
Ryan Staub from CU, by the way. Congratulations to him. He's going to Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, that's official.
That's official.
So he's going to be their backup.
Well, I mean, in all likelihood, yes, but they've got an open QB job.
Okay.
I mean, their guy's going to be done, so there'll at least be a battle for it. And,
that's kind of exciting.
I'm sure he's not going to win it in all likelihood. But
gets a year of SEC football. Gets to go to a hell of a place to go play college football, Knoxville.
I will say, as much grief as we give Deion Sanders about a lot of things, and a lot of it's deserved. One thing I'll give him credit for, when he loses players to the portal, man, he builds those dudes up. Like he empowers these kids. And, Deion posted a photo of him with Ryan Staub on his way out the door, and Deion's got his arm around him. He's talking about one of my all-time favorite players I've ever coached, and, good luck on your way out the door as you go play for the Tennessee Volunteers. That's the world that you live in now.
Oh, that's so weird.
He's
what?
Go ahead.
That helps, though, Tyler. I'm going to give you an old-time recruiting thing, story. and it makes a difference. Joe Klein, who ended up transferring, he went to Notre Dame initially and transferred back to Arkansas. And his dad, who'd had a massive heart attack, big Catholic family, laying in bed, said, always dreamed of you playing Notre Dame, because he wanted to come to Arkansas at first. So he goes to Notre Dame. Did not work out. He thought Digger Phelps had lied to him and whatever. But he transferred back. And I was sitting there talking with Joe. I said, why'd you come back? He said, because you know what? I really wanted to play here. He said, but when Coach Sutton, after I decided to go to Notre Dame, wrote me a letter that said how much he appreciated being able to meet him, get to know him and his family, wanted to thank him. He said Notre Dame's a great institution. You know, if there's ever in the future you decide you don't want to stay, the door will always be open for you. But this really kind letter. And it's a new generation now. And it's Deion Sanders. As soon as you said that story, it made me think of Coach Sutton doing that for Joe. He's putting an arm around the guy. And other people are going to see that and say, you know what? He's not holding animosity for guys using the portal. He's saying, I'm here for these kids to develop them to go to the next level and whatever. He's living that out, because you can't say I'm developing these kids to be men or lead them to the next level. And then I called Nebraska. I think it was Nebraska. Called the assistant after I'd made my decision that I was going to go to Arkansas, and this dude cussed me out, an 18-year-old kid, on the telephone while I'm trying to be courteous. And, you know, I didn't want to call, but my mom said, no, you need to let them down. They've been recruiting you real hard and blah, blah, blah. And this coach, this grown-ass man, cussed me out. Mo Iba, by the way. No, not Mo Iba. Yeah, it was. I think it was Mo Iba.
All right, let's name names.
Coach.
Let's name names.
Well, I think he's passed away now. But
let's name some dead
even
names.
Better.
Even better. Yeah, can't do anything.
But you see the difference? And for you telling me, Dion, that raises him in my book a little bit, because you can't preach one thing. I'm here for the betterment of these kids, and kids are going to leave. That's the college world we're into right now. And embracing these kids and said, man, you know, I loved you. You're one of my favorite guys, blah, blah, blah. Wishing the best going out. I think other kids will watch that and realize maybe the love he says he has for players is authentic, and I don't think it can hurt him in the long run.
We'll see you be able to bounce back. When we watch Indiana, okay, better question. When we watch Indiana, how far is CU doing from what Indiana just did?
Well, I mean, that's a fairly ridiculous question, honestly.
Why?
I mean,
it's like a mountain in Kansas
what do you mean,
versus a
why?
14er.
What do you mean, why?
What was Indiana 3 years ago?
Well, they got their quarterback, right? So,
Right.
I mean, when you get it right at the QB position, you've got a chance.
With a coach.
When you get a Heisman Trophy winner at the QB position, you can win championships. So,
And Cignetti wasn't he let go at Florida International or someplace like that? And the big knock on him, see if you've heard this before, game management.
Well, he was I don't know about the past, but his other two stops were pretty successful. I mean, just Google him. You know, he had done really, really well. I don't know where he got let go, but it wasn't that long ago that he was at IUP in Pennsylvania, which is the Indiana University of Pennsylvania, which is a small, crappy little place and that I'm very familiar with because my wife's, all of her loser friends ended up at IUP. I don't mean to disparage her uncle and aunt. Sorry about that. I think they met there. But it's not exactly football heaven. And Cignetti was talking about that. He goes, I can't believe it's been like 6, 7 years or whatever it's been since he was, cleaning down lockers or wiping up after snot-nosed kids.
I saw something in his 30 or 40-year coaching career. He had made in totality $3.5 million in his entire career.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this year he's making 14.6.
It's really remarkable.
Here was a great stat I saw since 1867 or whenever IU started playing football, I think it was. They had 3 bowl wins in their entirety in their history. Cignetti won 3 different bowl games this year.
Yeah, that's a great. That's another Yeah, there's mind-blowing numbers here.
So, I mean, to answer your question, though, to my knowledge, University of Colorado doesn't have Mark Cuban. To my knowledge, University of Colorado does not have a Heisman Trophy winner at the quarterback position. Now, could Juju Lewis turn it into something? I hope so. I do. And I'm sure glad that we didn't lose him because there was a lot of concern about losing both Jordan Seaton and Juju Lewis. You lost Jordan Seaton, and however, you did gain his cousin. I don't know if you guys saw that. We got a big addition at the offensive tackle position. He's a transfer from Ohio State. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. I apologize.
Okay.
But he's a big addition, and he's literally Jordan Seaton's cousin. So you kind of replace Jordan with his cousin.
So the reason why CU can't do what Indiana did is because of Mark Cuban?
Well, that's a huge factor, yeah.
Okay, is that it? I mean, is that the only
What do you
reason?
mean is that it? I mean, that's how you win. You win with Lamborghinis and Ferraris and $5 million mansions. That's how you win these days. That's how Miami just did it. That's how Indiana did it. That's how all these teams are doing it. That's how LSU and by the way, Jordan Seaton committed to LSU to Lane Kiffin.
Did he really?
He did.
Oh, wow. Good for him.
So he's going down there. That's how LSU just got Jordan Seaton.
Good for him.
So, I mean, having a Mark Cuban, yeah, big difference.
Well, we have our own Fernando Lovo, our new athletic director.
Oh, true.
So that's his job then. Find the Mark Cubans. I'm still saying Matt Parker and Trey Parker and Matt Stone are the guys to go to. Seriously, they seem to have all this kind of insane money and just like doing dopey things. I do wonder if the two of them, I'm being serious now, looked at Mark Cuban and looked at that game last night and said, why don't we just do that? That's going to be a lot more fun than Casa Bonito. Did I say that wrong? Casa
Mark
Bonito?
Cuban sold 40% or 55% or whatever it was of the Dallas Mavericks. Anyway, took away. He has no control. He has no say. He's
just a fan.
He's a fan that still owns a big chunk of the team. But he sold it for $4.5 billion.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he was worth, 40 before that?
You're saying Trey and Matt don't have enough money? Is that what you're saying?
They ain't got, no.
Well, that's the thing, though, DMac.
There's a big difference between $1 billion, which none of us has ever seen, and would all jump on that boat right now. But there's a big difference between $1 billion and $50 billion.
Well, right, because you know what the biggest thing is, Scott? Like there's a lot of wealthy people in the world, right? And obviously, Matt Stone and Trey Parker are going to fit in that category. If you look at internet net worths, they've got them at like 600 apiece, something like that. Who knows how accurate it is?
Right.
But when you've got that type of money, of course you've got play money. Of course you've got money that you could just chuck down the drain. But when you're talking about funding an NIL program of college football, you got to understand there's no return in that for you. There's no return in investment on that. You're not getting anything back financially. You're literally just pouring millions and millions and millions of dollars into 18-year-old pockets because you've got this fascination with seeing your school have success. It's not like buying Casa Bonita, which probably is not going to make money either.
No.
But in theory is an operating business that you can make money off of, you know? Like you just got to be willing to throw away millions of dollars. That's a different kind of wealth than even like the 200 or 300 million net worth guys.
All right. So if you don't come from some sort of crazy blue blood program like Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, whatever, and you don't have somebody like Mark Cuban with just millions to just throw away, you have no shot then in college football. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it's really, really hard. Yeah.
That's fun.
I mean,
Great.
Yes, it's really hard.
By the way, Mark Cuban, I'm reading here in 2015 threw $6 million at the IU rugby team. Oh, I'm sorry, that was in 2024 because he used to play rugby at Indiana.
There you go.
He threw $6 million at the rugby team.
I just got $6 million I don't want.
Right,
and I'm just going to give it to a rugby team.
The amount that he recently gave to IU has not been disclosed, but it was, quote, a big number. He told CBS back in 2025. I mean, just spitball. What do you think that big number is?
I don't know, 100, $200 million,
something like that.
Like 20 or 25 million.
You think it's over 100?
I bet it's in the 100. Yeah,
$100 million range.
Well, I bet it.
Okay, all right. Well, so is Indiana not that great of a story then? I mean, if it's just like, okay, yeah, They just bought it? Did they just buy a national championship? Is that what we just watched last night?
I mean, he's saying it like
listen, I think when you put money with listen, I don't think we can sleep on Cignetti as a good coach too, though.
I'm kind of sleeping on it a little bit if you just tell me that like the money it all begins and ends with the money. Like, hey, I can't even imagine how much money they gave Mendoza to turn his nose up at Miami, because he was at Cal and he was re-recruited by Miami to go there, and then they ended up with Carson Beck. But I mean, it's not like he wasn't there. He goes to Indiana. I mean, I know they had a good year last year too, but seriously, how much money did you give him to turn down where he grew up to go to Indiana for football after 3 years at Cal? So, there's part of me that's like, oh man, that is such an awesome story. But when you dig deeper into the sausage here, is it really not that great of a story? Is it more just like, oh my God?
I don't think it makes it like a bad story. I don't think it takes away from it. This is the world that you live in. This is the game that we're playing. So it's not a bad thing. It's not a negative thing. It doesn't take away from it. They played the game. They played the game the way the game's getting played right now.
Right.
And that's, if you want to compete, that's what you got to do.
And you don't think there's any world where CU would compete like that because they just – do they even have –
I'm not saying there's no world, but as it exists today, we don't have that kind of donor. That doesn't mean we've got billionaires that went to CU, not currently giving to the university, to my knowledge. I'm acting like I know all the ins and outs. I don't. To my knowledge, not giving that type of money. So you got to find it, right? And what you got to do is create a product that makes them want to do it.
All right, last one on this. If it wasn't for the money, does CU have everything else set up the right way to succeed?
I think that's a really silly question. Like, how do you take money out? That's literally the driving force of college football.
I'll be more clear. Do you think if Prime had the money everybody else did, he's the right guy for the job?
Oh, I think Prime could have tons of success if he had unlimited funds.
Scott?
Yes.
I got to wait and see how this new offensive coordinator does, because I don't think the strong point of Deion Sanders is actually coaching and X's and O's.
Well, congrats to Fernando and getting it done. And it was a fun game last night. It was highly entertaining, I thought. It was fun to watch. And there you go, Indiana.
Still dumb
Football.
How long they take to play it, but it was a better game than I expected.
No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is more of a comment on the Shah Mazda text line. Holy crap, the Bills Mafia is sending around a petition to say that the interception was a catch. Oh, my God. Boy, they may be death spiraling here on this one. This really may this may be another classic Buffalo moment here that you got to get over, that they're never going to get over.
If you're being dead honest, put on thing that you love the most in life.
Yes.
We're on the other end of that. What are you doing?
Signing a petition.
I'm moving on. And
you're such a liar.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why specifically. So when the Broncos lost to the Ravens and the Ravens went on to the Super Bowl against San Fran, I was down in that Super Bowl in New Orleans, and I remember going up to a couple of Ravens players. This is like 3 weeks after the Flacco and all the stuff, everything. And I go up to a couple of those, at the big tables there, and I ask them about that moment and what it was like and the whole thing. And they were like, man, that was like 100 years ago compared to what we've been through. We're in the Super Bowl now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hadn't moved past it, and they had moved way past it to where they weren't even thinking about that anymore. There's no way you realize Broncos fans we're all going to remember Jaquan McMillan made a great play. But do you think we're really going to sit there and grind away or remember for a long time or hem and haw about that moment? We're not. We've just moved on because it went our way. We don't need to. Exactly.
But
that's
not. Had they called a reception, they lost the game. We've been talking for all week on the radio about the safety in the end zone that should have ended the game right away, and it wasn't called.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, man. My experience, or at least whatever, is it's a loser mentality just to hang on to crappy sports moments that don't go your way. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but my lesson was learned. Like, so you're asking me what I would do? Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess we'd be hashing it out on the radio, but I wouldn't be signing a petition or advocating that we should send one out. That is just Loserville, USA. Nor am I a big second place parade guy. I saw a few people like at the airport greeting the team, and listen, there's nothing wrong with being a big fan, but that's not on my to-do list either, to greet my team that just lost at the airport. I mean, they're doing all that crap there in Buffalo. I don't know, man. No, I wouldn't be bothered by it. Would you?
It would stick with me for a few years, yeah.
A few years?
Yep.
You'd be
just
signing...
just like Raheem Moore stuck with you for a few years, just like, it would stick with you, DMac. Like if you're on the other end of that ends your season, that's one of those moments you're going to actually, it's more than a few years. It's like the rest of your life you remember it and you complain about it and you go to the bar and you're like, oh, do you remember that? That was such crud. That's exactly what that moment is if you're on the other side of it.
Okay. Scott?
I don't know about the petition.
Yeah, I mean, that's extreme.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question. We're moving on. We're signing petitions about it.
The whole of the NFL over the last 2 or 3 years have done nothing but get on social media and all the non-holding calls or the bad penalty calls against the teams that were playing Kansas City and calls for Kansas City for the last 4 years. So there's always going to be anger. To sit there and say it wouldn't have been anger, I remember watching the game, and I'm watching the game live. I go, that's a hold, safety. And then they threw it completed, boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, I would have lingered. I don't know if I go petition.
Yeah, man, that's kind of
do you guys remember? You guys probably don't remember. Denver ended up losing this playoff series. They're playing Oklahoma City. And had they made the call right, Perkins reached up on a shot late in a back-and-forth game, put his hand through the rim and knocked the ball out, and they missed it and didn't call goaltending. They would have won the game in regulation. Instead, they lost in overtime, I believe, ended up losing the playoff series. That game would have given Denver, I think, had they won Oh man, I don't know if it would have been a 3-1 or a 3-1 lead or tied the series at 2-2, 1-2. That's a bad call. That's a legit bad call. And I think we were over it in a year.
I'll tell you this, man. Just doing sports and following sports my whole life. You just got to accept the fact that if a game is close, anything can happen, man. And there's a lot of other things that went into that close game aside from the one moment that went against you. A lot more.
Of course. Josh Allen missed opportunity after opportunity. Josh Allen missed a wide open Dalton Kincaid. There's a million reasons why the Bills lost the game. I also fully acknowledge from a sports fandom perspective, when something like that happens against you and it's your team, that stuff sticks with you for a long time.
More no dumb questions on a variety of things. What is a Gordie Howe hat trick? James Van Hesteren from Central Denver. You know what a Gordie Howe hat trick is?
I guess I don't.
Okay, Scott, you know what it is?
A goal, assist, and a fight.
Correct. A goal, an assist, and a fight. And Josh Manson came one fight away from a double Gordie Howe hat trick the other night, which has never happened in NHL history. Nobody has ever had 2 goals, 2 assists, and 2 fights. And the one thing he was short on was a fight. Like, arguably for Josh Manson, like, kind of the easier, and he had it in the second period, meaning he had the entire third period to see if he could figure out that.
Find some turd that's bothering you and just get in a fight.
So he did have a Gordie Howe assist. He just didn't have the double Gordie Howe assist.
He had the Gordie Howe hat trick, and he got it early. He had the goal. He had the goal, assist, and the fight all relatively early. Then amazingly, he scored again, which is like, whoa! And he got another assist, which was again like, you got to be kidding me. So he was one fight away from something that's never happened in NHL history. No dumb question.
2 goals, 2 assists, 2 fights.
It's never happened in NHL history. In fact, it was the first Gordie Howe hat trick he's ever had in his career because he's just not that big of a goal scorer. Obviously, he fights and maybe you get an assist here and there, but he's not a big goal scorer. Do you think Josh Manson should have taken that second fight to get the double Gordie?
Nah.
Because the only reason he would have fought, because the Avs were I forget who they were playing.
They were already up like 5-2.
They were way up. They were killing whoever they were playing. I forget who it was, but they were killing him.
Find some turd that's bothering you. He looked at you the wrong way.
Just get it.
Just a quick little slug.
Get the double.
That's it. You can be in and out with the fight. Just a quick little slug to the face.
You know how those fighters do it. They ask, "Are you good? Can I get this one?" They ask. He said it's not in his nature to do that, so he didn't want to do something that would betray the game. Meaning if it organically happened, fine, because he ain't afraid, no doubt about that. But he wouldn't search it out just because of that, because there was really no reason to do it. But
That's cool. He got it at all, though.
Yeah.
As Manson, and I guess he's been this way for a while, but his offense has been outstanding, it feels like, this year. But he's definitely turned into one guy, especially with Landeskog out. He's turned into that one guy you probably don't want to see pissed off if you're the other team, do you? You realize there's not goons in hockey anymore, right? You guys know that? There are no goons. You got to be able to skate.
You got to be able to skate. So you need a Josh Manson or 2 on your team, and they ain't easy to find. A guy who will throw, but essentially he is a really good hockey player aside from, just he fights. That doesn't exist in hockey anymore. You guys miss that at all? Do you miss the goon in hockey?
No, I love the goon part of it, but I think if you can get a goon, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes on like Manson, it's also, by the way, you're going to sleep on him and he's going to score a wrister from the top of the circle. Come on now. Give me those guys over.
Oh.
But there was something to be said when Scott Parker came on the ice.
Yeah.
and stuff was going down. He was going to sheriff it, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was fun.
He's going to take care of business now.
I mean, listen, it's the single most unique thing about hockey. The only sport in the entire world outside of mixed martial arts or boxing or whatever that you can literally drop gloves and you can fight another human being without getting kicked out of a game.
Part of the game. It's not. Yeah, I mean, you spend some time in the box. And if you do it a couple of times, you'll get kicked out of the game. But
every other sport, you're out of the game.
Correct. It's still part of the culture.
Matter of fact, you're probably suspended for multiple games.
I actually think the way fighting is now in the NHL is perfect. Like, you don't have to ban something if it's not pervasive and it doesn't ruin the game. I think seeing two slugs in there that have no role except for fighting, I thought that was boring after a while. Because it was always the same guys. It was always the same thing. It wasn't all that interesting. When a fight breaks out now in an NHL game, it's pretty freaking awesome, man, because it feels a lot more organic and a lot more meaningful these days. And you're right. It's still allowed. They didn't ban it. They regulated how it operates, and the teams got so good you couldn't afford to have guys on the ice who couldn't skate and couldn't contribute. I think it's made the game better.
What was the one big kid that from Russia that we had for a while that I just absolutely loved him?
From Russia?
Zadorov.
Zadorov.
Oh, Zadorov. Oh, we're going way back. Okay.
Who you didn't? I mean, you didn't really want to mess with that cat, but I don't know how many pucks could jump off one guy's stick in a single game.
Was Scott Parker the last fighter guy we had
for the Avs?
For us?
For the Avs. Who else after Scott Parker was just like...
Was Peter Worrell after Scott Parker?
God, Peter Worrell. How long was he on the Avs for?
That's going way back.
That's going... Yeah, I mean, I think of him more with Edmonton, wasn't he?
Curtis McDermott?
Curtis McDermott.
Yeah.
You are correct. That is, Dan, that's absolutely true. Curtis McDermott.
Won a cup?
I was just going to go there. How many minutes on the ice did he have during that Stanley Cup? Oh, that would be 0. That would be Curtis McDermott, though.
I don't even think he was active in that Lightning series, was he?
He was a healthy scratch every single game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get on the ice once during the Stanley Cup run. But they loved him. And then he fell over like a big tree, like timber, with the Stanley Cup at that bar. We know that. So, and the guys loved him. Scott McDermott. There you go. The last pure Curtis McDermott. See? Fleeting. It's PHC. We have the big question of the day coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, if that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up your phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine. You deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up your phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
What would you say to folks that say the Broncos won't beat the Patriots because of Jarrett Stidham? What is the proper response to that question?
Well, you're probably right. You got a good thing you have to play these games to see, though.
I would say that the Denver Broncos football team is capable of beating the Patriots, right? So it's like I don't want to dismiss it. I don't want to tell you you're a fool for feeling like your backup is not as good as your starter. Scout, what have you been saying all week about that situation?
There's a reason they're backup, right?
Yeah, I mean, if there's not a big drop off from Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham, the Bo is not as good as you think he is, right?
Right.
So I don't want to dismiss it and act like you're a fool if this is a pessimistic viewpoint that you've got. But here's what I feel, and I feel it with all of my being. I feel that the Denver Broncos are an incredible football team. I feel that the Denver Broncos have found ways all year long to overcome adversity. They've found ways to win grimy, grinded-out football games, and you've got a hell of a defense that is going to keep you in the game, right? So if Jarrett Stidham can simply go out there and not hurt the football team, you're going to have a chance to win. But I do fear, boys, and I'm just being 100% real about this, despite the fact that I think the Broncos can overcome a mistake or two. I feel almost confident in the fact that Jarrett Stidham's going to turn the ball over. Like, that's going to happen. The dude hasn't played football in 2 years.
How's he going to turn the ball over?
With an interception, something. I don't know. I mean,
is it more likely he'd make a passing mistake or hold on to the ball too long, do too much, fumble, that sort of thing? Put himself in a bad spot like that.
Well, I think those are kind of the same category, meaning like either way, it's coming off of a passing situation. So if he takes too long, he's standing in the pocket. He doesn't feel the pass rush. He has not felt a pass rush. Like, so would it shock you if he stood in the pocket too long and took a strip sack?
It was insane rewatching the Patriots-Texans game, seeing how C.J. Stroud would just so carelessly, once he felt some serious pressure, just throw the ball up for grabs. I mean, it was wild.
He got scared of getting hit. I'll say this. I don't think Stidham will wait too long in the pocket because I thought that was the one thing, and I know it's preseason, I thought he was getting the ball out quick and accurate, and that would led him to having great success. You guys are talking about this, and it made me think of kind of a no-dumb question, but this is a big question. Let's think the very best positive thing that could happen with Stidham running quarterback.
Okay.
Let's say he goes out there and balls this week.
Yeah.
And you heard the one former Raider player say, we played 49ers, number one defense in the league, and he threw up 340 yards, 2 touchdowns, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Say he has that kind of game, they win. Repeats that in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And Denver comes out as the Super Bowl 60 champions.
Another parade. Wow. Fire trucks. Yes.
Do we have a quarterback competition in the fall?
No, but Jarrett
Stidham
Stidham is paid somewhere. So no, you don't have a quarterback competition. As a matter of fact, Jarrett Stidham, even though under contract, is no longer on this football team because there's going to be a team out there that is going to be willing to give him a 2-year, $55-60 million deal. They'll give him
Wow.
Absolutely. That's what happens. If you win 2 football games, if you're Jarrett Stidham, win 2 games,
yeah,
and you're going to get a 2-year deal similar to a Sam Darnold type of situation.
He's under contract. What do you think his trade value would be?
I don't know. I mean,
a second-round pick? A first-round pick?
No, not a first, but sure, probably a second, something like that.
And you think the Broncos would deal him for a second-round pick?
Yeah.
Hey, I would tell you what, though. It's
good problem to have.
He goes out and balls, and they win 2 games. He's 2-0 on this season and has a QBR of 89 or something like that, something stupid. You get around pick 14, 15, 16 with a team that's desperate for a quarterback, they might trade that pick.
Yeah.
Oh, my. I mean, if this dude leads you to a Super Bowl, I wouldn't take anything less than a first-round pick if that's the case.
What?
But,
he's not your starting QB.
It's a great problem to have. Let's hope that's the issue.
But if he goes out and balls and wins,
That'd be
why
great.
not just keep him and see if we can have a competition in the fall?
Oh, man.
It's an unnecessary competition that isn't even real. Like you've already – Bo Nix got you there. You already got your guy.
Yeah.
So take the value and get rid of it and go add another awesome player to your team.
I guess I really don't remember, and maybe, Dan, you could refresh my memory on this, but like when Nick Foles won the Super Bowl for the Eagles, what happened the next year? Because Carson Wentz had like an MVP type of season to take him to the precipice, and then Nick Foles got him over the edge. But what happened with Nick Foles and Carson Wentz the next year? I don't think there was a competition, right? Was Foles even on the Eagles the next year, or was he gone? Did he go and get the money and go somewhere? I actually kind of think he did.
I could have sworn he was starting for the Eagles the next year.
So, Wentz wasn't healthy?
Yeah, because it was an ACL that happened in Week 14.
Wentz wasn't happy, is that right?
Wentz didn't start at the beginning of the year.
All right, so what happened when Wentz
sorry, what year did he win it?
2017. So he was on the Eagles the following season in 2018.
And he started
How many games he play?
5.
He must have had his own injuries.
I don't know. I don't recall how it went.
Or that's when Wentz came back.
Hey, listen, man, I'm all for first world problems. I'm all for Scott. I'm all for the Broncos just won the Super Bowl, and we're not sure who our best quarterback option is. That sounds like a great spring to me to talk about Broncos football. I think that's awesome. Or can you imagine that conversation? How much should we get for our Super Bowl champion quarterback, Jarrett Stidham? That'd be a fun show to do, Tyler. I'm all for that.
Let's go.
Second round. No, I think they got to get a first round for him. Well, he did win the Super Bowl because that would be contingent on that conversation, right? I love to hear that you even think, Scott, that's in the world of possibility. I think that's awesome. Do you think that's in the realistic world of possibility? That we would.
Nutcracker.
You think so? You're feeling pretty good about Jarrett Stidham, aren't you?
I like him this week. I'm not sure if I like anybody against Seattle or the Rams.
Okay. Why do you like him so much this week?
Because I hate New England so much. It's like you and the Jacksonville guy. I probably do, and the funny thing is I actually like Vrabel. I really like Vrabel, but as far as the New England Patriots as an institution, I can't stand them.
Why? What is it about
they're
them?
Arrogant, cocky. I told you the last 2 games I went to live were both games against New England. I about got in a fight in both of them with stupid-ass fans.
You know what it is? It's the Celtics, or it's the Nuggets are playing the Clippers, and there's that guy in the stands with a Red Sox hat on. It's like that, right? It's like, give me a break. You know, it's the arrogance of the whole fan base. You know, it's the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Mark Wahlberg. You know, you used to be interesting until you started winning everything. And now you're just a bunch of tool bags. Something like that. It's about taking over our city, frankly. Let's face it. Some of them Celtics games, Tyler, Scott, some of them Bruins games, hey, man.
I was at Game 4 of the World Series.
It goes back to that, too, a little bit.
That was a Rockies road game.
There is a New England sports fan arrogance. God, it might be the worst. They might be the most arrogant fan base out there. They may be worse. They may be worse than Philadelphia and New York and Chicago and all that. They may be the worst.
The problem is Philadelphia is even bad to their own teams.
Yeah.
Right. I mean
that's a fair
the difference.
point.
Philadelphia are just ugly fans and I don't hate them because they hate all their. They have the biggest love-hate relationship with all their teams. And I got 2 or 3 friends from Philadelphia. And it's amazing. Oh, they're going to suck it again. And I'm like, dude, do you ever cheer for them?
Well, I'll tell you
we got to get them to win.
What a fun twist is one of the guys that believes in Stidham the most is actually Josh McDaniels, who, brought him out to Vegas when McDaniels went out there. And McDaniels, I think he was there when they drafted him in New England.
Yeah, he was there, and he was backup to Tom Brady.
And so McDaniels obviously has a high opinion of him. And, that's where Stidham came from, is from the Patriots and through McDaniels to the Raiders. It's funny. There are a few people out there, Tyler, that actually like Josh McDaniels. There's a couple of people that have been loyal to him over the years.
So here's the thing with Josh. Anybody that's ever played for Josh as a head coach does not like him. And I'm being serious. You might find 1 or 2 weirdos like Brandon Lloyd. Lloyd's a weirdo.
Right.
Brandon's a great friend of mine.
Lonnie Paxton.
Great dude. Only dude I know outside of Lonnie who doesn't count. Brandon's the only dude I know that likes Josh as a head coach.
Okay.
Now, but if you talk to players that have played for Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator, you're
Yeah.
going to find a lot of people that like him. And from what I'm told, he's an entirely different human being. It's to what Scott, I
interesting.
forget Scott's friend, he always tells the story about.
Dave Wool.
Yeah, that, when he became a head coach, he became a different human being, and he didn't like who he became. Apparently, that's Josh, because a lot of players will say they like him as an offensive coordinator.
But we've only known him as a head coach,
Correct.
not an OC. I'll tell you this, all my friends, family, they love Josh McDaniels. They think Josh McDaniels is the greatest. They got nothing but good things to say about him. But
Well,
to
he's
your
probably
point,
the highest paid offensive coordinator, and he ought to just settle in and just take that role.
well, I don't know if he's going to have a lot of other options, guys. I mean, it didn't work out here.
No, he's
Look what
getting
he,
another crack. I promise you.
after what he did to Indy and
Dude,
how
he's got the number two he's got the number 2 offense in the NFL right now.
he gets a fourth
he-
chance.
If he strings that together for another year or two,
Hey.
he's going to get another
a
crack.
fourth
There's
chance.
still I'm going to say something
Wow.
nasty. They win the Super Bowl. There's still 4 teams that got jobs available. He may get looked at this year.
It's really not that insane, Scott. As dumb as it would be.
Oh, my
and
God.
I agree with DMac, because I think what he's really saying is he's going to fail no matter what. And yes, I agree. Like, that Tiger ain't changing his stripes when he becomes a head coach, but somebody's going to give him another crack.
Well, he's done it again for New England, hasn't he, as an OC? You got to give him credit on that one. There they are, once again. And the guy that's leading the Broncos is a guy that Josh McDaniels thinks really highly of. Let's football go. Dan Buds Quince Tanner's got it next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and improving your health, that's got to be one of your big resolutions. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, you don't see progress in the gym, staying committed can be tough. I understand. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help with that resolution because these symptoms are signs of low T. So come on, guys. In your mid to early 30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone. It happens gradually. Don't be surprised. You're not that much different than everybody else out there. If you're having some doubts, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes, and then you go from there. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. $99 includes the consult, T, and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Don't go another year with low T. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Come on now. Kick it. Let's go. Your 220 keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday is plan, P-L-A-N. Text it to 303-504-0925. That is plan. Your name, and you're entered for 2 tickets to the Avs and the Ducks. Avs with a nice win yesterday, despite some ridiculous calls on the ice and Val Nichushkin getting in a car accident. Glad he's okay. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. PapaMurphys.com. One more time, the keyword is plan. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Also, Nate McKinnon with a couple of goals and assists goes over 1,100 points. And he said, I'm not having any fun. It was pretty funny. He was like, are you enjoying this?
No. Honestly, every day I'm just trying to not, I don't know. I just want to feel good every game or not. I want to play well, feel good, help the team. And in my mind, it could go away any day, so I'm not enjoying it right now.
It could go away any day. I'm not enjoying it right now.
You know what? He and Nikola Jokic. You always see them videos and stuff where they're having the podcast. All these jocks are sitting around. They all talk to each other and stuff. McKinnon and Joker,
jeez,
ought to just sit down and do a 2-man podcast and talk about success and fame or non-fame. And Joker's big line in that is that I'll wait till awards are for when you get done playing. And you sit on the porch, have a beer, and lie to your kids.
Hey, outside of LeBron James, though, I mean, how many all-time greats can you really think of that enjoyed the moment? That were happy, that were content.
Do you think most all-time greats are miserable?
Yeah, I heard Tom Brady talking about it the other day.
Really?
Yeah, he was talking about it. He's like, winning was a relief. It wasn't fun.
I
didn't get excitement out of it. It was just a relief. And then I went back to work, and it all started all over again.
God, maybe you're right. Maybe that's a state of greatness, perpetual miserableness.
It might be.
And is that the answer why some young athletes with tons of talent tend to burn out a little faster, in the sense that it's not about fixing some sort of weakness because I obviously don't have any weakness. Look what I'm doing. I'm bulletproof. I can go out to the clubs and show them that I'm carrying a pistol with me when I'm there. And I just wonder where those other ones. I mean, go back and look at some of the videos of Kobe Bryant. Some of the stuff people talk about playing with Kobe, it's just like they say about Jordan. I mean, Jordan was feared in his own locker room.
Miserable? Was he just in bad mood all the time, just horrible to be around?
Well, I think Jordan knew how to have fun, but when it came to practice, training, and games, there wasn't no fun in that.
Can I tell you something quirky, though? Like, I was around Nate after the game yesterday, and he said he's not having any. He was actually, for Nate, that was like a good mood. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, he was actually, he was sort of joking.
Yeah.
He was easy to talk to last night. Like, it was. I think he kind of plays into the miserableness of stuff. You know what I mean? But that was Nate in a good mood, by the way. That's Nate in a good mood. For what it's worth, he is the best. He is the best player in hockey right now, and he's playing great. He was asked yesterday about why are you scoring more goals compared to last year? And he goes, I just hit more posts last year. It's like,
makes sense.
Well, all right. Then he goes, the coaches tell us they don't have a clue about anything when it comes to goaltender interference. They don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, cool. Fun session with Nate right there. Dan, let's hit it. Let's football go. The great Tarek White and his Celtics green and white representing for the orange blue in Boston. All right, Dan, what do you got?
All right, guys, let's hear from Kurt Warner. He was on with Raj and Coach Sanford. Here he is detailing what Sean Payton will do to make the transition seamless from Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham.
I think the one thing that Coach Payton has done really over the last 2 years since Bo has become the starter is he's managed things really well for Bo. And, as Bo's gotten better, and of course in moments they trust him to be able to push the ball down the field and make the big throws. But as you watch their offense, there are a lot of short, screen throws, quick throws at the line of scrimmage, throws that are easy on a quarterback. And I believe Sean Payton will dial those up and manage this game really well in the early stages, with a lot of those kinds of throws, not asking Jared to read the field and attack down the field and make all these big throws. Not that he's going to not dial any of those up, but I just think he's going to do a great job of managing, getting the ball out of his hands, getting him some easy completions and some confidence for him and for his team.
How aggressive do you guys want to see Sean Payton be with Jarrett Stidham in regards to his play calling?
He doesn't need to be aggressive at all. I mean, the New England defense will give you relatively easy passes. You don't have to be all that aggressive. You got to stay out of 3rd and long. That's you got to stay out of that. So the best that you can stay out of that, and you can dink and dunk all your way down the field. You don't have to be crazy. Unless you're trailing in the 4th quarter and you got to do some Bo Nix crazy comeback stuff. But no, you don't have to be overly aggressive whatsoever, I don't think.
It's a weird balance, right? You're trying to win an AFC Championship game, and so there's always got to be that you got to dial it up a handful of times per game. But with Jarrett Stidham, I think the game plan is going to be pretty simple. I don't think you're going to ask him to take more chances than you want.
I agree,
but I got a gut feeling, and this is part of why I think Stidham's probably going to turn the ball over once, maybe twice.
Okay.
Look, Stiddy's going to want to look good,
Wow, Stiddy ego.
Well, it's not about, I guess, a little bit, but it's your crack at this thing. You only got 2 of these things, and you got to win 1 to get 2.
He's not going to be able to help himself.
Would you want to take a chance or 2? Would you want to push the ball down the field? Would you want to earn a starting job in the NFL?
It depends on my level of confidence, I suppose. I wouldn't put myself above the team.
Now
though.
you're Jarrett Stidham, and you're listening to all your former teammates talk about how much confidence you've got.
Well, I'll tell you this. Play action is still play action last time I checked. So off play action, you could throw the ball long, and he certainly can. So, we'll see. But what will be disappointing is if he's taking chances, Scott, and it results in, say, you hold the ball too long and there's the fumble and, it's a scoop and score and now the game is toast.
I don't think there'll be any change in the offensive game plan. I think they'll look at what some of the things and opportunities New England gives them, and they're going to go full board. They're not going to hold anything back as far as game plan. And I said this yesterday. Listen, I think Bo is much better with his legs and keeping drives alive than I think Stidham will be. Went back and looked in the preseason. I think he had 1 run in that game. He had that great game that you talked about a while ago, Tyler. They played great. I think he had 1 scramble for 9 yards, so he can do it. But that's not the essence of his game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's got a better arm than Bo. I think you will see a shot or 2 down the field. And if it's a turnover that gets intercepted from the -40 to the +10, on a long 3rd down, I'm all right with that. It's as good as a punt. But I do think he'll take shots if available, and I think he's going to be fine reading the defenses.
Next story, Dan.
How hard is it playing in Denver in the playoffs? Well, let's hear from 2 former New England Patriots, Rob Gronkowski and Julian Edelman, talk about just how difficult it is playing in the Mile High City in the playoffs.
How hard is it to play in Denver in the playoffs? It's very hard. That crowd's really loud. The defense can time your snaps because of that crowd noise. For an outdoor stadium, I would say it's top 3 loudest stadium in the league.
Those fans bring it. Those fans love their football. And on top of that, it's the Mile High Stadium, Jules. You're a mile up in those mountains. The air's thinner. It's harder to breathe. I would say that can catch up to you, so it could play a factor.
Tyler, let me ask you this. How much of a psychological advantage do you think playing in Denver gives the Broncos?
I think it's a thing. I don't know that it's like as big as we make it out to be. I mean, teams come here and beat us. That happens quite often, right? It's not an unusual thing. They overcome the altitude. But I do think it affects you early on in a football game and probably late in a football game. I just don't think it's something that is insurmountable as a lot of people make it out to be.
Scott?
I think the altitude's for real. But I want to know if it's Hubie or Patel. I think it was Hubie because the first time I came to play into Denver, Hubie was the coach, said, listen, you can adjust to it. You're prime athletes. All athletes are prime this time of the year. They should be in great shape. The key is catching your second wind, and that's a real thing. But you can still catch it. Sometimes it just comes instead of getting really fatigued at the 10-minute mark, it's going to be the 5.5-minute mark. Now, can you fight through that? Does it take you a timeout, a play off here or there? But the altitude is real, but great athletes adjust to it. They said this in the last program, and Tyler, talk about this. And it's really not the start of the game because, like I said, you catch your second breath quick. You learn how to do that. But it's the fourth quarter. If you've been playing and the offense is moving and you're not getting tons of rest, that's when you wear teams out is the fourth quarter with the altitude.
I felt the Broncos and the Bills were both, by the time overtime came, pretty worn out, both of them. I think both teams were kind of hanging on for dear life. And, hey, the Bills, I don't even know who their punter is because he never punted. No clue who that dude is. So, I mean, the altitude. It's a fun thing. I don't know if psychologically it can get in your kitchen. But, I mean, these are guys who are in great shape. By the way, do you notice you never see, like, the oxygen mask on the sideline for the opponents like you used to?
Yeah, you do.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't see those as much as I used to.
Oh, when they come to Denver, they're using them, I promise you.
All right, man. But I just remember, like, every highlight had the other team sucking down oxygen. I don't know, man.
It's probably just a TV thing. For whatever reason, they haven't shown it.
Yeah, they may be trying to hide it a little bit.
Okay. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys. New England Patriots fans looking for tickets to the AFC Championship game in Denver on Sunday will have to scour the secondary market. According to several accounts on social media, visiting fans attempting to purchase tickets via Ticketmaster were issued the following response. Due to limited availability, tickets will be sold only to those with a billing address in the Rocky Mountain region, including, obviously, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, Montana, South Dakota, and Western Kansas. Do you think this will prevent Patriots fans from packing Empower Field?
That's so funny. My buddy Jamie Tedford, JT, he goes, I ordered the tickets as soon as the Broncos won. I guess that was a little cocky, but that's how quickly he got them and made a plan to get there. And he's got some incredible tickets, but I think that's how quick you had to move on it. So I think the Broncos did a good job. You weren't overwhelmed by Bills fans, were you?
No,
at that
definitely
game?
not. No. I mean, it's a home playoff atmosphere. I'm not worried about Patriots fans taking over. Broncos fans aren't selling tickets. No. I'm not worried about that at all.
There are a lot more Patriots fans with a lot more money than the typical Bills fan, though. I mean, there's a possibility that Scott, is a bigger fan base there, but I'm not really worried about a Patriots takeover like that. Are you?
No, they'll be in the crowd. And listen, what you'll find out also is there's NFL football fans, and there's New England fans that live among us and are probably season ticket holders of Broncos, been going all year, and they'll cheer for the Broncos during the regular season. But now their hometown team's in town. They'll probably switch to their Tom Brady jersey.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I would like to think if you're a season ticket holder for the Broncos, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the biggest.
This is a bucket list sporting event.
Yes, an AFC championship game is unfreaking believable. It's unreal. It's the highest level game you can get to as a fan of a team. I'll tell you this, a home AFC championship game overall, top to bottom, just crowd-wise, is way more exciting than a Super Bowl. Not a little bit, way more. Because the Super Bowl's divided. And there's tons of people at a Super Bowl that they don't care, period. There's nothing like a home AFC championship game. Nothing. Nothing like it. I have no idea why money would mean more than that experience because it's so rare to get to.
I'm going to be in the building again.
Are you really?
Going again. I got 2 tickets again. I'm going. I'm going to be in the house.
I went to a Super Bowl
That's awesome.
with a mucky muck that got free tickets to all the big events, right? He was in like CEOs of big television groups and stuff, and so he took me and the wife at the time to that game at Dallas Buffalo in Atlanta, and the whole box, none of them cared.
Nobody cares.
No one cares.
It's a wild environment to be at a Super Bowl, and the crowd is sort of ambivalent. The only Super Bowl, and I've been lucky to been to a few. Super Bowl 48 was so disheartening because I got to give Seattle's fan base Tyler credit, man. It was bonkers how many Seahawks fans were actually at that one. Like I've been to maybe 7, 8 Super Bowls, like the game itself. That's the only one that I remember like, whoa, like this, you can feel this. Like this is something. Yep. And
you could feel it the whole week, though. That whole week.
Oh, you sure could.
I thought it was 3-1 Seattle to Denver fans walking the streets.
Easy. And John Fox was. I guess there are some things that you remember that just sort of rattle in your brain.
They don't go away, bud.
By the way, you're going again, huh? You
going again?
Working?
I'm gonna work with my hour-long autograph session in the east side of the club level.
Very
so
nice.
if you'd like to come get an autograph, I'll be over there, and then I will go do my the rest of my duties watching the game.
Oh, so you're working?
Well, that's how I got it last time too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It's
No. I'm not making money off.
You're just getting the tickets.
Yeah. No, I'm no money, but I'm getting an entry into the building.
All right.
Yeah.
Who are you taking?
I'm hoping my son. I'm hoping.
Okay, I hope so too. I hope that would be great. Well, it's an awesome environment. And by the way, Scott.
Hey, I would go with you, Tyler.
I know.
I'll be in Memphis.
Memphis. Wait a second. I thought the Nuggets played. They're not. Oh, you're in Memphis, not at Ball Arena. Gosh. So that game is on the road. It's not at Ball Arena.
No, we play. Today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
We got Thursday in Washington, Friday in Milwaukee, and Sunday in Memphis.
Sunday at Memphis. Oh, okay.
1:30 start too, Scott. In Memphis.
Yeah. You're going to be doing a game at the same exact time as the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, Avs in Toronto at 11. So that'll even be dripping into the start of the game. So I don't think all three teams will be playing at the exact same time, but pretty damn close, all on the same day too.
Yeah, unless the Avs could go into overtime, maybe.
Yeah. If they can drip that a little bit longer.
They won't. The Avs will be done, and then we get to go.
So Scott, how do you and Marlo keep tabs on things while you're calling a game?
I have a little app called Scorecard or the Score.
Okay.
and I'll push it on. And
you don't put it on. You don't watch the video while you're watching the game at the same time.
That would be unbelievable if you just fired up the Fubo on your phone and stuck it right in front of your
announcer. I've got an NFL Plus account, and I can give you Scott.
That would be awfully tempting, man. I don't know how you don't pull that. I mean, I'd be awfully tempted.
Because
oh my God.
I'll get to be home. I'll get home about 8:30, and I'll grab me a sandwich on the way home and sit down in front of my
yeah, but you'll already know the results by then.
I'll sit down for my big plasma flat screen 33-incher.
33-incher?
My 33-incher, and put that thing on and watch the game.
All right, your keyword for this hour is plan, P-L-A-N. Thank you to Papa Murphy's, papamurphys.com. Plan. We'll announce our winner coming up. And yeah, man, hopefully you can be there. I don't think they're going to be overwhelmed with Patriots fans. There'll be a few. There's always a few there.
I honestly don't recall a big segment of Bills fans at all.
No. Nah.
You know what we should do in this last segment?
What's that?
When we do it today, tomorrow.
Sure.
Although I'm flying tomorrow. Tomorrow, what is Wednesday? Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe Saturday or Sunday.
And we give our scores of the game, and we see how it adjusts through the week. And then we take a median. Take a median of the scores. Does that make sense?
I'm game for that. We can hit that coming up next. Let's go. Oh, really? Oh, God. I mean, I do love this band. You know, it's crazy. I really do love music that sounds like this. And I do have the tattoo of a clover, like all those other idiot people from Boston and Irish people.
Don't you have that Tom Brady face on your buttocks?
Yeah, you got that one too.
Got that erased.
Yep.
Just a hard wipe. Got rid
right
of that
next
one.
to Uncle Bill.
Yeah, what's the 1-2 mean on your ankle?
Never mind, Scott. That was just supposed
Aaron
to be
Rodgers.
That's supposed to be between me and you. It's so funny because I'm such not a Patriots fan. Like, I'm way more of a Bills fan than a Patriots fan. Way more. But, you know, that's all right. You play the Dropkick Murphys, and I can get into it. No doubt about it. All right, Scott, what do you want to do? You want to give a little prediction here, like how we're feeling? Like vibes?
I'm thinking
little vibe check?
Dan can write it down on the four of us, and each day
All right, Dan.
we give a score, and it can change. And then if it does change by Friday, we'll take the median. We'll average out the numbers and see what we get.
All right, I'm all for it. Yeah, I say if there's more evidence as the week goes on, you're more than well within your rights to change your mind. You don't have to stick with your original prediction.
Yeah.
All right, well, lead us off there, big dog.
Yeah.
28-17 Broncos.
Okay.
Oh.
You want to break that down?
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't. Stidham's gonna. All of a sudden, everybody's gonna be talking about Jared. What have you been on all year? Boom, boom. I'm thinking there's going to be a summertime controversy.
I love it, Scott.
I got 42-10 Broncos.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. You know, we only get to play this game one time. Jared Stidham's out there to get a job, man. Let's go. Scott said I get to adjust as the week goes on here.
You do.
So I might as well come out the gates firing.
All right.
And let me tell you what. It goes 42-10. We are having, just like me, a summertime controversy.
You know what, Scott? I'll give you that. If Jared Stidham puts up 42 points, you might have that.
Yeah, that would be something. Stiddy lacing up 6 touchdown passes. That would be interesting. I'll go 23-16 Broncos. 23-16 Broncos. I just haven't seen the Patriots offense be all that dynamic so far in the postseason. I know they've had their moments in the regular season. I do. But they put 21 up against Houston, who couldn't hang on to the ball, and 16 up against the Chargers, who was kind of a JV team. You know, they didn't have anything. Now, their defense was pretty good, and they forced some turnovers. But I just haven't seen the Patriots offense be all that impressive, at least in the postseason. So against a really good defense in Denver at Mile High, I have no idea why the Patriots offense would be more potent this weekend than they have been with home games at Foxborough. I don't get it. So I'm going 23-16. Broncos go to the Super Bowl.
I'll give a real one here. Obviously, I was playing 42-10. I'll go 27-24 Broncos. I think if you're going to win this game, you're going to have to put up more points than you're accustomed to. And the only real way that the Broncos are going to win this game, in my opinion, you're going to have to create a turnover or two on defense.
Oh,
you're going to have to make up for something offensively.
I'll go with you.
And it's got to be. It's not just like a turnover like that you get in your own half of the field. Like I'm talking like a game-changing turnover, like something that you get a 50-yard return on it, you get a touchdown, something crazy that literally changes the dynamic of the game.
Dude, the Texans were right there. They knocked the ball out of Drake May's hands. And I forget who one of their dudes was, but he tried to pick it up and scoop and score, and he just couldn't get his hands on the ball. And some dude from the Patriots, I think the offensive lineman there, Will something, gosh darn it, left tackle. He just fell on it. Will Campbell, thank you. And it might not even been him, but some guy from the Patriots just fell on it. Other than that is a scoop and score for the Texans, and that game may have looked completely different. They actually had 2. They knocked the ball out of Drake May's hands twice, and the Patriots recovered, which is crazy. And then Drake May ran on a totally blown play. Wasn't, he just did the wrong call, whatever. He just sort of scrambled, and they knocked it out of his hands then, too. I don't know, man. It was a shaky game for the Patriots offense. at least in the beginning. And then they didn't do crap in the second half. They didn't do anything in the second half. They let the Texans back in that one. And 16 points off the Chargers?
So let me
I
ask
wouldn't
this,
bank on it, though, dude.
In your estimation, is the Patriots defense better than you thought, or was just the Texans just so horrific?
I thought I cannot gauge the Patriots defense, Scott, because Stroud was so bad. I mean, they created pressure, but like a lot of teams create pressure on quarterbacks, Stroud made some insanely bad decisions. Made one really nice touchdown throw, made a couple of throws on the outside that were okay. But seriously, guys, like his decision-making, when he overthrew guys that led to turnovers, like I can't believe he started the second half. I can't believe they kept with him. I think they would have had a better shot with Davis Mills in that game than C.J. Stroud. So,
he did throw 3 interceptions, 7 passes. I mean, it was
so bad. So bad. And then he wasn't even helped out by his own team. Like, there were, like, deflected passes that should have been caught and guys dropping balls. And then there were just a couple of passes that could have easily been intercepted because they were tipped at the line.
Here's the scary thing. We talk about our defense being good, and I understand what you're saying, DMac, with C.J. Stroud being bad. Guys, Patriots defense is good. It's a good defense. They don't give up points. They don't hardly ever, or does an opponent get over 20 points. They are fundamentally sound in every category, in passing and rushing, all of the above. So you're asking a backup quarterback to come in and play damn near perfect football against a very, very talented defense.
Patriots are giving up typically, that dink and dunk crap. They were. But, the Houston couldn't take advantage of it. But they're good. Yeah, of course they're good. You don't win 15 games unless you're good. They're good. They're good.
If I remember right, and I don't have this in front of me, but if I remember right, I think they're ranked number 3 overall in total defense.
All right. I get it. They're
one spot behind us, I believe.
They're very aggressive. They fly around. They take advantage of the opportunities they were given. I mean, hey, man, they had a pick 6 for a touchdown, right? Like, you take it, you gave it to them. They took advantage of it. So, hey, they deserve it. They deserve to be there. They're right there. But so are the Broncos. And let's not snooze on the fact Drake May's only in his second year, okay? It's not like this guy has got it all figured out. He's still a young buck.
Why do you I don't get the times that you choose to be dismissive over a dude that's having a season like Drake May is having.
This is just a young dude, man.
And MVP mentioned season, right?
I don't care about that. I care about what he has to do this week. Not what he's done all year. I don't know, man. It's hard to judge anything because Stroud played so bad. I mean, it was so bad.
So don't judge it off that game. Judge it off what they've done for the season, and that's what I'm doing with their offense. Also, is I'm assuming that they're gonna revert to the means offensively, and defensively do the same.
Do you remember the last time Denver beat New England in a AFC Championship game? Does anybody remember that score?
Yeah, well, I don't remember the exact score, to be honest, but I sure remember how we won it, and it was with that pass rush.
Right.
Well,
the score was 2018.
Yeah, it was by the skin of the teeth is what you're going. Yeah. The Broncos could not stop Gronkowski, and for whatever messed up reason, Tom Brady on the 2-point conversion should have just thrown it in the corner to Gronk and taken his chances, and he didn't. And it ended up being a deflection that Kayvon Webster, I believe, picked it off. There was an interception on the 2-point conversion. But, yeah, it was like 2018. That was it? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, and I got it, 23-16, something like that. So they're going to be conservative. Both teams are going to be conservative, I'm telling you. It's not going to be a wide-open game like that Bills game. I believe that. I think they'll be happy to punt and not turn the ball over. I think it's going to be kind of boring to a certain degree. And then, somebody's going to have to make a big play at the end. And here's what I hope. I hope Jarrett Stidham doesn't have to come from behind, guys. I hope that's not the case. Because I have no clue if that guy can do that. I have no idea. But I think he can just sort of game manage the team and be all right. But I have no idea. Nobody knows if Jarrett Stidham can rally a team. That is an unknown factor.
Yeah, we got a lot of hope.
You never know till you play with him. You never know. You got to stick with him. listen, you didn't know what you were going to get from Bo, and you start the season this year 1-2, and were you 0-2 to start last season? People could say, "Oh, he's just a rookie. You can't do that." Well, guess what? Got to let him play. So he's going to get a whole chance to play. He's not a backup quarterback anymore. He's a starting quarterback in an AFC Championship game.
What made you believe in Bo Nix and his ability to be able to come from behind? Like, what was the moment like, all right, that guy can do that. I've seen it. It looks good. He can do it. You guys remember? Do you have a moment?
No.
Really?
I don't have a moment.
No?
I don't have a moment. No.
Was in the Eagles game? Wasn't
maybe that Eagles game, No, I almost think he's better under stress than he is comfortable.
All right, man. I don't know. I'm a believer, I suppose, on this one because I've seen the guy do it now multiple times. And the Eagles game to me was kind of the moment of like they had no way they were going to win that game. The Giants game was preposterous. Like that was just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
that was home, but still that was ridiculous.
All right, give me the Drake May come from behind game. What was the game that Drake May just rallied the Patriots from impossible odds to victory? Can anybody name one?
I didn't watch any of their games, and they did have the easiest schedule on the books this year, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't know if Drake May's been like successful in the pressure cooker. They lost their last game to the Bills, by the way. They didn't win that one.
They had a big lead in that game too, and they lost it.
That was at home.
Yeah,
that was at home. That is correct.
That was a Bills come from behind victory.
Yeah, which we've seen, obviously 10 million times with Josh Allen.
Yes,
and we've also seen the Bills fold. And now they have petitions about, if it was a catch or not, which is like the most Buffalonian thing of all time.
I haven't had a Bill fold in at least 5 or 10 years.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Is that what they're called, Buffalonians?
I guess.
Okay. Buffaloites?
You could be that.
Buffalins.
I don't know what I called myself when I was there.
Okay.
Looking to leave is like,
Buffalonian sounds like a like some sort of it's got like a lunch meat loaf kind of vibe to it. I expected to have like floating green olives in it. Give me a half a pound of Buffalonian, please.
Actually, it's one of these weird things where it was really more about the small town.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Than Buffalo. Like I'm from North Tonawanda. I'm from Cheektowaga. I'm from Hamburg.
Those are very northeastern sounding communities that you're from there. Did you ever slide through Weekapaug while you were there?
What's that? Congratulations to Troy Stewart. He won those Avs tickets. Congratulations. The Avs and the Ducks go tomorrow night at Ball Arena. And hopefully the Avs can continue their good vibes from winning. And hopefully Val's okay from his car wreck. He seemed to be okay.
That was a good scoop you had yesterday.
Well, it was pretty wild when Bedsy comes in and just sort of announces it. Nobody knew.
Yeah.
I looked over at Connor McGahey. I'm like, did you know that? He goes, no. And then it's like, all right. And so we're sort of absorbing it. And I walk out of the tunnel, and there's Val. And he's just sort of chatting with a couple of the Rooskies there from the Caps. They got a couple. And he seemed to be in a good mood.
So fender bender.
Okay. I guess.
Yeah.
But Bedsy said it was a multi-car crash.
You never know with those. Remember, that's how Bryce Young got a starting gig back in Carolina. Andy Dalton got in a fender bender.
So I guess it's a bang, 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 one of them sort of deals.
You exercise caution in that moment.
But it was, all right, but that's a weird one. Like it wasn't serious enough to go to the hospital, but it was serious enough to not play, but it wasn't serious enough to go home. He was there. He was at the game. I don't know, man. It's a weird one.
Traumatic, perhaps.
It seemed he was laughing with the guy. I don't know. I mean, he was just chilling out.
Spent the afternoon on the phone with his car insurance company.
I don't know, man.
Hey, fender benders are stressful.
It was a weird one. It caught everybody by surprise. And who's the dude they called up? Andre or Alex? Oh gosh, I don't know. So they
don't know.
They called up some dude. Spring, do you know his name?
I saw the name. I can't even remember.
Alex. He had like 3 names. That.
Did you guys? Did you see the Avalanche made a trade today?
Yeah, I mispronounced all of those names.
Of course you did.
Yeah, you want to give it to us the right way?
I don't think I can. I don't think I'm.
Spring, can you help us? I've never seen a name with 2 consecutive U's, like U.
Puustinen.
Eustace was Eustace W. A W.
A Noonan. Eustace and Noonan?
Did he have 2 U's back to back?
The Avalanche have acquired forward Valtteri Puustinen from the Pittsburgh Penguins, along with their 7th-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft in exchange for defenseman Ilya Solovyov.
So you're closer.
Solovyov.
Yeah, you're right there.
I do a bit every year at the NHL trade deadline where I make up hockey names, and I make up fake trades for Mark Springer. Because he and Raj get they get really fired up about these trades, and I'm like, you're making these names up. This was one where I saw it today. I was like, all these names are made up. There's no way.
It's a defenseman for a forward.
Hey, there you go.
I don't know if that means something, that we wanted a forward more than we wanted a support D-man.
They just really liked Puustinen. You don't pass up on him when you have an opportunity.
You don't pass on the poo?
I don't think you do. So you're staying in the Stiddy's got this space here, DMac.
Yeah, because I watched I don't know what really impresses you or blows you away about the Patriots offense.
Offensively,
what's wow, look at that.
When they ran that drive they had in the fourth quarter against Houston, where they really just said okay, Ramondre Stevenson, we're going to turn around and stick the ball in your belly and you keep the clock going. Against that Houston defense, that was a moment as I watched that game where I was like, oh, they can do that thing right there. Henderson is such a dangerous weapon with the ball in his hands, but Stevenson is the guy that he can go get you tough yardage. James Cook was the guy that was able to do that, and then he wore down on Saturday against the Denver defense. It's trickier against New England because they got two of those dudes. I think Kayshon Boutte's pretty good. I think Hunter Hank is a pretty good tight end. And Drake May is about as accurate a quarterback as there is on the planet.
It was all the dink and dunk. It was the short slants to Diggs. It was all the a nice sort of booty there at the end. I'll tell you what happened is they threw a slant on 4th and 2 for a touchdown, which just caught Houston by surprise.
Yeah, and when you're going up against that Houston pass rush, it's you want to get the ball out in a hurry. That was one of the things that was kind of surprising to me about how often Josh Allen dropped back and then just stood in the pocket. Dude, pressure is coming. I thought there'd be a lot more quick game out of Buffalo against the Denver defense. In some ways, what I thought was going to happen in that game, Broncos got to run the ball and Allen's got to get the ball out in a hurry. And I don't really think either of those things necessarily happened. Both teams just said, nope, this is our personality and this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to worry about the matchup.
I think if Sean Payne and they can have some discipline with the old cage rush thing, and you don't let Drake May, he can run around okay. He can. He's athletic, but
he's not. They're not going to call a bunch of runs for him. But he's a good scrambler,
right? But all you have to do is be disciplined.
Yep.
Not give up the edge, and you'll be fine. And if you can just sort of do what you've done all year, you're going to put pressure on this dude. They turn the ball over. They
take a lot of sacks.
He takes a lot of sacks, a lot of hits, a lot of fumbles. And I'm watching Houston do this, and hey, man, props to them. They got a great defense, but I'm this is nothing that the Broncos defense can't do. They can do the same thing, and the Patriots, frankly, got lucky on a couple of occasions. The ball bounced their way where it could have been a scoop and score in 6. Instead, the Patriots got the pick 6. Could have been a turnover in the red zone. All right, it's not. Okay, now we're punting, and you got the ball at midfield, and it's not at the 10-yard line. It was stuff like that, Nate.
That's what's kind of crazy is both the Broncos and Patriots in the divisional round had crazy good fumble luck.
You're right about that.
They really did.
You're right about that. But this is not an offense that is just some high octane. Right. We're going to just roll up and down the field and we're going to let it rip. They're not doing that, Josh.
No, not against this Denver defense.
And do you think Stiddy is really going to just be peeing his pants the whole game?
No.
You think that he's not played football before?
The biggest thing that I worry about with Stiddy is getting the ball out. And he's taken a lot of sacks in his 4 NFL starts, and the Patriots pass rush has been vicious so far in the postseason. So I worry about that part of it.
But sacks don't kill you, turnovers do.
Again, but you don't want Jared Stidham playing behind the sticks. I'm not going to trust Stiddy to convert 3rd and 8s and 3rd and 11s the way that Bo has.
I don't want that either, so a punt's going to have to be a good play in this particular game.
Without a doubt. PhD, everybody, noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we get it going with our dude Andy Lindahl. I can hear your neon light from here behind you, by the way, pal.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
The one that's not spelled right. Maybe we'll do a different angle here in a minute.
Wait, what's misspelled on it?
Oh, we've done this, Nate. They didn't spell the Lindahl right, but the thing came, I guess, from Israel, and I was like, well, I ain't sending it back there, so never mind.
Wait, you ordered a neon light from Israel?
I didn't know. I just thought it was a cool Facebook buy. And Scotty
okay.
and I are trying to get the podcast back up and running if the Nuggets schedule light up and I'd have a voice and all that other stuff. But yeah, that's kind of why I bought it.
Yes.
You know, so.
Okay. The Nuggets are in action tonight. You'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as the Lakers come to town for an 8 o'clock tip. A little bit of a later Peacock affair there this evening. Austin Reeves is hurt, so it'll be the Lucas show, as it always is with the Lakers, and obviously LeBron James. And you never want to forget about the sexual Tyrannosaurus known as Drew Timme, as he apparently is now getting minutes off the bench for J.J. Redick and company. So we'll have Nuggets-Lakers tonight at 8 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage begins at 7:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Andy, what concerns you the most about a Stiddy-led Denver offense?
I haven't even seen Jared Stidham beat the 2 backup quarterbacks that I once watched him play. So, you know, and again, I'm not all the way. If they get J.K. Dobbins back and he's J.K. Dobbins, that's one thing. I'm not really believing that's going to happen, though. I'm from Missouri when it comes to that. You're going to have to show me that that's actually how it's going to go down. And I'm still not even hey, you like that? Still not even positive that this guy's going to play. You know, so look, they don't have a running game that I think that they're actually going to want to lean on. And if ever there was a time to lean on the run game, it was against Buffalo because of how bad they were against the run. And yet you still didn't do it. And so I just don't, I don't know. I guess what I also worry about is Sean maybe going a little too far back into the lab, trying to pull out some things he hasn't run in a while for whatever reason. Because they're just, let's be honest. I'm sure there's some plays that Stidham likes to run that Bo doesn't, because every quarterback is that way, right?
Yeah.
So does Sean see it as a chance to break out some of the old material and, it just doesn't go the way you hope?
Did you happen to see, by the way, the Knicks to Frank Crum tutty? Did you see who drew that one up?
No, I didn't. Who did that?
Recently deposed Lions offensive coordinator John Morton.
That's right.
Johnny Moe back in the building this week. And what's funny, it wasn't even a Johnny Moe play. It was a Ben Johnson play that the Lions had used, I think, to throw a tutty to, I think it was Skipper that they threw a tutty to a couple of years ago, and Johnny Moe busted that one out, and that's how Frank Crum got his touchdown, since he's sort of back in like a consultant kind of role. You know how NFL coaches, if you're a position coach or an assistant, you get fired, it's just like, well, I guess I'll go hang out at my old job for a week.
Yeah, he was with Sean Payton, I guess, back in New Orleans, and wouldn't doubt if Davis Webb were to leave, and it feels like the vibes are high that he may, then maybe Sullivan's the guy that slides into that role that you got going on with Davis Webb, right? So that could be a nice, easy transition. I don't know. Yeah, look, man, I'm glad DMac is so positive, and, again, the Patriots were 14-3.
Baby.
And, yeah, I get it, but let's not all lose our minds. I'm not saying that you got to just give up the hope. You're at home. All right, you're at home. You've got the crowd with you. You've got one of the best. I think you have the better of the two defenses, which always keeps you in the game. But to completely dismiss everything that the Patriots have been all year, which has been a pretty good offense most of the year, I think is also unfair. So,
I'm not doing that for 1 second. Like, I think Drake May's a flat-out baller.
Yeah, he may be the best of that draft class the way it's going right now. Now, all the guys are making Jaden Daniels made his case last year. Bo certainly has stepped up what he's been this year, and Caleb Williams is back on the scene. So it looks like you've got 4 really good quarterbacks of the 6 that were taken. And McCarthy, I don't have a lot of hope for, and Penix, I don't think is ever going to be
Penix got to get healthy, yeah.
But look, at the end of the day, where DMac's right is, yes, you got another young guy coming in here that you got to hope doesn't, soil the bed when he shows up here. But that being said, again, Jared Stidham, look, man, Stidham has always looked good in preseason. It's not going to be preseason, though. This is the AFC stinking championship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, I do think the Broncos have the advantage of you have no idea what we're going to do here. You got no idea what we're going to do here, but I only think that gets you through a half before they adjust. So
it does, and again, I don't want to discount the institutional knowledge that Josh McDaniels has on that staff of everything about Jared Stidham.
Yeah.
And so that is in some ways that almost becomes a little bit of a bad matchup for Denver. The fact that they're getting New England right here, one term that the midday guys used, and it's the right one to use, is Stiddy's got to come in and manage the game. Okay? He's got to come in. He's got to manage the game. He has to keep them on schedule, keep them ahead of the sticks as much as he possibly can, get the ball out quickly, do all of those things, and the Broncos have a chance, I think, to stay on schedule offensively. I mean, a part of the tricky thing about this, about predicting whatever Denver's offense is going to be, Andy, is even if Nix was healthy and playing this week, if you would ask me, what do you expect out of the Broncos offense? I'd go, I don't know. Sometimes they're awesome, and other times they're absolutely not. And so I don't know what to expect out of this offense in a given week. Maybe the unknown of Stiddy is an advantage for Denver, or maybe that's just what this offense is currently with this crop of skilled position players in this offensive line and this play caller. I don't know for sure. I think we have a tendency to pin a lot of that on the play of the quarterback, and it's not unfounded. That's the guy that has the ball all the time. It's also a possibility, Andy, this is just what Denver's offense is.
Yeah, I mean, that's good news. They've survived with skin of their teeth offense. But again, I guess the question becomes is if it's a fourth quarter game, the Broncos, oddly enough, have kind of looked like the national championship did last night, right? Sometimes where, golly, it's just a half a puke offensively, and then all
you
of
block
a sudden
a punt
it's
and
a
it gets
whole lot
going.
of fun.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the game, right, where both teams couldn't quit scoring last night. But I don't know that Stiddy, again, there's stuff I hope Bo can improve next year in his game when it comes to the not gotta have it moments of the game. But when it comes to it, I need a drive, Bo goes and gets it done. I don't know that you can count on that out of Jared Stidham.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the great unknown, and that's what we'll all learn watching this game together on Sunday. Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We have a keyword for you coming up here in just a moment. But when we come back, Scott Zolak, 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots color analyst. He's always a blast. Scott Zolak is going to join us on the show, and we got a lot of Patriots questions to ask him going into this AFC Championship game. Jared Stidham v. Drake May. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Your keyword this hour to text in to 303-504-0925. Groovy, as in former Avalanche goaltender Philip Grubauer, Grubie, Groovy. Text that along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Enters you to win tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow night. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays, your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. The keyword Groovy, Grubie. Text that to 303-504-0925. The winner will be announced at 5:55. Best of luck to you. We jump out to the Ramos Law Hotline right now. We welcome in the host of the Zolak and Bertrand Show on 98.5 The Sports Hub. He is also the Patriots radio color analyst. He is Scott Zolak. Scott, just another Broncos-Patriots AFC Championship game. What else is new?
Hopefully better results, man. We're 0 for I don't know how many coming out there. But it's probably the most intact team we've had coming out. I mean, Thomas 0-3 out there with Bill, but just undermanned at that time. I think only all we had was Gronkowski. We're down Edelman throwing the ball to Matt Slater and guys like Austin Collie, and that's not really a recipe to win games out there against Peyton Manning and company.
Certainly not, but now Drake May and company get a shot at Jarrett Stidham in the Broncos. Scott, let's start with the Patriots offense. Thus far in the postseason, 5 turnovers in 2 games. Now, those are 2 damn good defenses that they were going up against. But what do you attribute that to? Do the Patriots have a little bit of a turnover problem right now?
No, I just think, it's just you got 2 outstanding edge rushers in Anderson and Hunter, and they just wreak havoc on you, as does Khalil Mack with the Chargers. And hey, we got 23-year-olds out there playing, a lot of them. We got 2 on the left side at the guard and tackle position. You got Drake, who's 23, and it's a little bit of conditions out there, so it was a little sloppy. And you got to take care of the ball. The nice thing about Drake is he corrects mistakes from the week prior. He doesn't make the same mistakes over and over. He doesn't compound the issue, and he's got a really good coordinator, Josh McDaniels, and a head coach, and Mike Vrabel to stay on his ass pretty good. And he's a workaholic, so he hates making mistakes, and I'm sure he'll clean some of that up before we get out there to Denver.
You mentioned the youth of that Patriots team, led by 23-year-old Drake May, a road AFC Championship game. How do you think that group is gonna handle this moment?
I mean, it's all started up in Buffalo on a Sunday night, where he kind of put the team on his back to outduel Josh Allen, and continued on a Sunday night down in Baltimore. To do it to them, to sort of secure that number 2 seed while you guys are securing the number 1. And he's got 2 big playoff wins at home over the past 2 weeks. He's not really fazed by too much. He's got a real even kill personality. He's a lot like both you guys. Just guys that are happy to play and fun to play, have fun playing a game, and they're just very smart the way their approach is. And it's a shame Bo's not playing in this game. But hey, we had Jarrett Stidham here, man. I covered Jarrett, and man, he throws a hell of a ball. And I tried telling people don't fall asleep on this, because you know what the narrative's going to be. Oh, you got the backup quarterback, but I thought he should have been a starter here ahead of Cam Newton back in the day.
Well, look, you've lived the backup quarterback life. You know what it's all about. Can you imagine, though, having your first start in 2 years being the AFC Championship? I mean, what kind of challenge is that, and what do you have to do if you were in Stidham's position?
I didn't play for 3 years. When Bledsoe broke his finger, we had to play the 49ers. It was the second to last game, and we needed it to win to get into the playoffs. And that was against guys like Jerry Rice. T.O. was there with Steve Young, and that 49er team was loaded. They came into Foxborough. I didn't play in 3 years. I ended up lighting it up that day for almost 300 yards, a couple touchdowns. We upset the Niners, and we went to the playoffs. Like, it can be done. I lived it. I know it. I think if Jarrett just goes out there and doesn't play crazy, frivolous football, it'll be okay. Josh had him out in the Raiders. There's a reason he bounces around and sticks somewhere. There's a reason Sean Payton likes him and paid him $6 million because he thinks he's pretty good.
Scott Zolak, our guest, Patriots color analyst, Broncos and Patriots AFC Championship game coming up on Sunday afternoon. Scott, Drake May and the leap that he has made in year 2, we certainly saw signs in year one, and physically the dude has got everything. But tell us how Drake did this, and even right now, where is he at in his development as an NFL quarterback, as already an MVP candidate in year two?
Yeah, I think he should win the MVP. I know Stafford's had a hell of a year, but you look at his supporting cast, we really don't have a number one. Like when the defense sets against us, who are you going to take out, Hunter Henry or Diggs or Kayshon Boutte? Drake will throw the ball to anybody. That's what makes it impressive. And his ability to create plays off platform outside the pocket, it's Roethlisberger-like. He wows me every week. And I know it's only year two. See, I knew he was 1-9 as a starter a year ago, but you could see the flashes. You could tell, oh, there's something there with this kid. And, he will get better. He will get better. And we just hope Josh sticks around. And there's so many damn head job openings out there that people are going to try and take another crack at Josh, and we don't want that to happen.
What has Vrabel done to make this all work so well? Is it just the combo of Josh and Mike Vrabel? I mean, we all knew Vrabel was a good head coach, but holy cow, you guys turned that around quick.
I think it's all Mike. Mike sets the tone for the organization. His intensity is ridiculous. I do him every week for radio and TV as far as the pregame interviews, and we do a TV show together. He's the same. He's on time. He's never late. He's just intense, and it's just the energy. It's just infectious. And if it affects me, imagine being around him as a teammate every day. And there are a bunch of guys that fill their cast-offs. Diggs talked about that this month. Like, hey, nobody gave us a chance, and it's sort of they rally together. They believe in each other. We're kind of stunned by it because we're just used to doing it a certain way for 20+ years with Tom and Bill, and it can be done. And they drafted well. 7 draft picks are starting and playing on the football team as rookies, which are not rookies anymore. And everybody that they signed, whether it was Carl Davis, Robert Spillane, Milt Williams, all the free agents they signed and brought in, Morgan Moses, they're all starters. So he's hit on every free agent signing and draft pick, which is hard to do every year. You're going to have some mistakes, but goes to show you how bare the cupboard was too, really, that you could really make picks and they come in and play instantly.
Hey, Scott, you mentioned Spillane right there, and he had a great quote. He was talking about after the Charger game and talking to some of the guys out on the field, and they were like, we had no idea what you were doing to us. Zach Kerr and that defense, what are they doing right now? Because they made life miserable for both Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud.
Well, they've only been together for 2 weeks because don't forget Milton was on IR, so he was out 4 weeks. We just got him back 2 weeks ago. Spillane has missed 4.5 games with a foot in the boot. And 2 weeks ago, at the beginning of that Charger game, was the first time they were back together full go. So now we're starting to see what this defense can really be at full strength. And, you got Gonzalez and Davis, 2 really good corners. We played some man this past week. We're really a zone team, but they showed the ability to mix it up and play man, and they were so multiple. They had me guessing calling games, and I know they've been pretty base all year, but it's kind of like, we have our full allotment now. Let's go mix it up a little bit, and I think that's what they're doing.
All right. You've been to Denver a number of times. You know how nutty it's been. Is this close to a rivalry? Where are we at with this, Scott? Now, again, it was a rivalry when it was Manning and Brady, right? But that was like 2 guys creating it. But these 2 franchises are starting to build quite the playoff history with each other.
Nah, we hate Pittsburgh. We hate Baltimore. It's Buffalo starting to become that rivalry with Josh Allen, but Josh kicked our ass for a couple of years now, and it seems like Drake got the upper hand on him now this year. I don't think we hate Denver. We never hated Denver. Peyton chose to go there after the Colts. We hated the Colts, but we never hated Denver. You guys had Welker, and I love Akeem Talib, and you guys got him. Like this, you've had some good coaches and good players that we had. So I don't think it's a big rivalry. It's just, wow, this could be something to come. That could show you that, hey, down the line here, this could be Drake versus Knicks here for maybe if we redraft that rookie class from a year ago. Caleb Williams has shown he can come back now. And, Penix and
J.J. McCarthy
are struggling. Yeah, but I think, Drake and Bo might be the 2 best out of that class.
Well, we got a good one coming up on Sunday afternoon. Patriots and the Broncos, AFC Championship game. Scott, I know you're going to go full homer, but what do you think the score is going to look like in this game?
I picked it pretty close to the vest last couple of weeks and nailed it. I think I got us by about 7 or 8, somewhere in there, 28-20. something like that. And then, but I think whoever advances, I think we're going to be underdogs out in San Francisco. And regardless, play that underdog role, go out there and kick the NFC's ass when you get a chance. Yeah, either way.
Plus, you always
we love coming to Denver. It's a great city. Denver's a great city. We love it out there. Good food, good sights, good sight lines. Your fans are great. We love calling games in that type of environment. That means it's real football.
Plus, you guys love Stiddy, and you always love a backup quarterback, Scott.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jared throws a great ball, man. Like I was pushing for him when he was here. We thought he was going to be the guy after Tom left, and then something got crossed up. I don't know what he did to Bill or what happened, or who knows what the hell happened there. But the fact that Josh still went after him when he was in Vegas. I keep screwing that up. The fact he was in Vegas and went after Stiddy and Brian Horn, those guys, shows you what Josh thinks of him.
Well, Scott Zolak, have a great trip to Denver, man. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, Scott Zolak, 98.5 The Sports Hub. He is the Patriots color analyst. Scott Zolak, good to have on the show. Andy, that is true. When Stiddy was a fourth-round pick of New England, and I remember, like, hearing some of the chatter coming out of there, and the word was, like, they loved Stiddy's arm, and people looked at it and said, like, Belichick went and found this guy in the fourth round for a reason, and they can do the same thing with him that they did with Brady and develop him into the starter of the future with that franchise. Belichick went with Cam Newton instead. Like he talked about, something clearly got crossed up right there. I don't know, late-stage Belichick wasn't making the best calls in the world, but either way, McDaniels thought enough of him to trade for him later with the Raiders. Like Sean Payton, another notorious hard ass. Like, think about that for a moment. If you can't hang in this league, like if you're not good enough to be able to digest a game plan every week, have the faith of the organization that you can go out and run that game plan in a given week, I don't think Sean Payton is the kind of guy to suffer fools in his quarterback room, Andy.
Yeah, look, there was something definitely about it. Now, to be balanced about the conversation, too, Sean also decided that he would take a quarterback with the 12th pick no matter what.
No matter what.
Despite the fact that he had Jared in the building. So, he loved him, but he loved him to a certain point. Here's the thing.
Well, if he loved him to be his starter, he would have been his starter.
Exactly. But look, this is the situation you're in. That's the reality of the situation. And like Zolak said, you can come in there, you can play, and then maybe he balls out the way Zolak did. I would have liked the situation a little bit better if, like, Stidham just got to pop in there. You know what I mean? It's kind of all of a sudden they're dealing with Jared Stidham instead of Bo Nix. Now the Patriots get a chance to prep and go back and do some homework and this, that, the other. Get a look at what Sean's offense looked like prior to Bo getting here. Not that I think it's going to change terribly much. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, Jared Stidham, once upon a time, a lot of people thought he was going to be kind of a later version Kirk Cousins, if you will.
Sure.
A late-round draft pick that showed up and kind of won a job, was going to be really good. And I know a lot of people at my other place loved Jared Stidham, thought he was a sleeper this and sneaky that and all that other stuff. Some people thought that he was maybe the next Jimmy Garoppolo, which even Garoppolo didn't quite get to the heights people thought that he would. So you got that, you've got that.
I mean, Andy, if Stiddy goes out and plays well on Sunday, all right, even a world where they don't win necessarily, but just Jared Stidham can show the football world, hey, remember that draft evaluation you had on me way back when, and I showed my competence right here. There's enough quarterback-needy teams around the NFL, like the Raiders are obviously going to take Mendoza at number one. After that, there's not much else in the draft. Like, if Stiddy goes out and plays well, I think regardless of game result, because playing Drake May and the Patriots, but if he plays well, I promise you the Broncos' phone will ring. Somebody will call asking about him.
There are not enough young quarterbacks in this draft to fill all the teams that are going to be looking for quarterbacks. And I mean, again, we don't know how this is all going to work out. I know James Palmer was on Kay Adams' show today talking about how Josh Allen's probably going to push for Davis Webb to be the head coach in Buffalo.
Allen?
Which, Feels a little bit like a big jump there, but who knows? Maybe it'll happen. Again, it happened with Sean McVay once upon a time.
Could be a play calling opportunity as well with Davis Webb there in Buffalo. If they went defensive coach, if they snagged up VJ or Minter or something like that, Webb could be a perfect OC for them.
Well, and you just said it right there. What if VJ ends up in Arizona and then Davis Webb follows him to Arizona because maybe some of the opportunities being spoken about are not really there? And then all of a sudden, Davis Webb goes and he says, hey, you want to deal Stidham to us? There's a guy that knows the offense till we get some things figured out. Just like, look, every guy, whether it's a coordinator or a head coach, and this is why Josh McDaniels wanted Matt Castle once upon a time, every play caller wants a dude that knows his system.
Yep.
To, if nothing else, show the rest of the room what it's supposed to look like. So, yeah, look, at the end of the day, this is what the Broncos have to deal with. And I don't have any idea how it's going to go, but I don't think you have to be down in the dumps because as we're talking about, he does just have to manage the game, and I think that's something he can do well. Hopefully, if we see the accuracy we saw of the guy in preseason, you're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Where I get concerned is the last time we saw this guy in a regular season game, he was a little bit behind guys, he was a little bit ahead of guys. But if he can do what he did in his preseason stuff, and it's preseason, so I don't know how much that matters, then you got a shot, man. Look, the defense, Nate, I'm going to keep saying it. The defense was what was going to get you to the Super Bowl all along. So not much has changed about your equation for success. That's the good news.
No, you got to win this game with defense. You got to win this game by shutting down Drake May. We'll talk to Chad Brown about it coming up at 4 o'clock. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. It's powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Your keyword Groovy, Grubie, Groovy. That's Groovy, Grubie. As in Philip Grubauer, but his nickname, Groovy. Grub.
Groovy in the heart.
I-E. Yeah, Groob is in the heart here, Spring. With your first, text that with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for tickets to see the Avalanche and the Ducks tomorrow night. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays. Your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. The keyword is Groovy. Groob is in the heart. Grubie. We'll announce a winner today at 5:55. Andy, I have a quote from Patriots linebacker Robert Spillane that I want to read for you when we come back here. Spillane with an interesting comment a couple of weeks ago. This is one of the things that I worry about with Stiddy, and you alluded to it a little bit before, the accuracy thing. We got to acknowledge the fact that this guy hadn't started an NFL game in a really, really long time. We'll talk about that coming up next. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here to tell you all about my friends over at Roller Auction. So many great auctions coming up for you to be able to bid on at roller.bid. Opening up at the end of the month. Government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more. There's always some great merchandise available at fantastic prices. Assorted police evidence, surplus computers, office equipment from Colorado cities and counties and police departments, well-maintained equipment. You can get some really good stuff over there. They got a Planet Open Box auction that is coming up at the end of the month. That's one of my favorite ones to peruse through. You never know what kind of good stuff you're going to find. Electronics, overstock. There's always good headphones and speakers and everything else. So definitely check that auction out as well. And coming up in the first week of February, it is the February 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. That one is going to open up on February 5th. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude, because that will enter you to win Nuggets Grizzlies tickets in a catered suite February 11th. Again, you just go to roller.bid/altitude. You type in your name. You give them your email address. You get on the email list, and then you're entered to win catered suite tickets, Nuggets Grizzlies, February 11th. That's roller.bid/altitude. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl, Tuesday afternoon. Chad Brown coming up, top of the hour, 4 o'clock. That's Andy. I'm Nate. Mark Springer producing the program here today. Andy, I got a quote for you. This is from Patriots linebacker Robert Spillane, who, by the way, sounds like he could be an actor in a 70s cop show. Robert Spillane said after the Patriots beat the Chargers, here's a quote, talking about defensive play caller Zach Kerr. Zach's been great all year, keeps the dial spinning. He keeps offenses guessing. All year he's been doing that. After that Charger game, just talking to a few of the guys on their team, they had no clue what we were doing, and they came up and said that we had no clue what you guys were in all game. So for him just to be able to build those packages throughout the week, our back-end players, then knowing how to disguise the different defenses, that really helps quarterbacks guessing. So certainly that's what Sean Payton and Jared Stidham and Davis Webb and Joe Lombardi, I guess, have to deal with this week. And I'm looking through 2 games so far, Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud. Herbert was sacked 6 times and had a 26.6 QBR. Stroud was sacked 3 times at a 21.1 QBR. He threw 4 picks in that game. So, and as Leggy pointed out yesterday, in his 4 career starts, Jared Stidham has been sacked 13 times. What I concern myself with Stiddy isn't his intangibles, quite frankly. I don't worry about that. I think Stiddy's in a good place mentally. I think he's ready to be able to do this. I know he's got the arm to be able to do this. I think he has the brains to be able to do it. What I worry about is for a quarterback that hasn't started a game in 2 full NFL seasons, it's the slightest of hesitations that hit quarterbacks when they're not fully comfortable and recognizing what they're looking at. And Andy, Bo Nix plays every game, every snap of every game. And it happens to Bo all the time. That's what I worry a little bit about Stiddy, because those little hesitations, those things, that's what then makes a play almost blow up in a passing game.
Yeah, it is a valid concern, Nate. You don't have time to second-guess yourself. You don't have time to second-guess what you're looking at.
Right. You got to get the ball out.
Well, and again, you just talked about it there. Half the time, the offenses that were playing the Patriots defense don't know what they're in. And I think even whoever the commentator was on that game the other night, would it have been Collinsworth, because that was the Sunday night game? Or no, whoever had that game the other day, the Patriot game, I remember them making a comment that I'm not sure that Stroud is real sure of what he's looking at.
Yeah.
Right? Now, look, C.J. Stroud has struggled, so there's the good news there. And Justin Herbert had no offensive line left by the time that he had to go play the Patriots, and we knew that. I don't know that the Patriots' offensive line is going to enjoy their day in Denver with the crowd noise here.
No.
Again, Denver gets the advantage of the crowd noise this time that the Patriots will not get, so hopefully that does help. But, again, you can't just sit here and fool yourself as to the monumental task of what Jared Stidham's trying to do.
Right, and like for Sean Payton and the coaching staff, it's like you got to be able to skip some steps almost with Stiddy this week a little bit, Like you need to be able to get him into a place mentally where, again, the ball is getting out and getting out quickly and hopefully going to the right place. That part of it too. But man, that's like that's a tricky part of the gig. That is tough. And again, when it's Herbert and Stroud, guys that have won a lot of NFL games back there, and you're seeing their hesitations and what is happening, that's where you got worried about it. This offensive line, you guys got to ball out. This run game has got to be there. Can't have drops. Can't have drops this week. They had drops the other night, Andy, against Buffalo. They had drops. Cortland had a ball he could have caught. He had a couple of them he could have caught. He didn't help out Bo Nix in those moments. Like the margin for error is so slim in this game. Everyone across the board is going to have to play better than they did.
Yeah, here's what I'm hoping for, where all of a sudden the Evan Ingram effect that we heard about all preseason and thought we were witnessing in training camp practices shows up. And Evan Ingram can be the dude that the Patriots just maybe weren't ready for because he's been such a quiet part of the game plan up to this point.
He only had 1 catch the other day.
Yeah. Well, and again, he and Bo just have never quite found, I think, the chemistry that we thought that they might, even despite some early good returns in training camp practices. But it does go to show you that I don't know, Nate, this is where you just, how good is the supporting staff? The offense needed an upgrade at some positions in the offseason regardless, right? We were going to be talking about that no matter what. And now it may, look, receivers have got to make the catches like you talked about when they're there, and you got to get some yards after catch. This may need to be another big Marvin Mims game. It may just need to be that because he's got the potential to run after the catch, and it would really help if Pat Bryant could, find a way to be healthy for this one, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Hit the deep shots when they're there. Speaking of receiver health, here's a news update coming across this afternoon from Mike Kliss. Broncos bringing back wide receiver Brandon Johnson to the practice squad. Remember Brandon Johnson, Andy?
I do. There's another one of those training camp heroes.
Number 89, I believe?
Yeah, we used to draft him in our preseason fantasy draft to make things interesting.
Son of erstwhile Rockies catcher Charles Johnson.
No, not legendary? Okay.
I'd go with erstwhile.
All right.
It's no Preston Wilson. Come on. Brandon Johnson was with the Broncos 22-23, had 25 catches, 5 tutties. He was on the practice squads with the Steelers and Tampa Bay this year. Knows Peyton's offense. So this is Kliss commentary. Knows Peyton's offense, so good insurance with the wide receiver group banged up. We'll get our first look at the injury report tomorrow and find out what's going on with Pat Bryant and with Troy Franklin going into this game. So Brandon Johnson, insurance policy for the Broncos, in addition to they got Elijah Moore if they want to do that, or they could go with Brandon Johnson, big number 89, if they want to do that as well. Big body, very much a Peyton body type, Andy.
And well, there's no doubt about it. But again, Nate, I really am trying to stay optimistic because I think the Broncos being at home simply gives them a shot. But, man, you're starting to roll out what would be a preseason game offense to try to win the AFC Championship, and I don't love it. I don't love it. You know what I mean? So,
well, they won a lot of preseason games with these guys, Andy.
Well, that's a good call, Nate. There is that. There is that.
Yeah, it's again, like it just there's a recipe for victory in this game. There absolutely is. This Broncos defense can torture Drake May the way that Houston did on Sunday. Like, the turnover thing was already going in your favor. You intercepted Josh Allen twice. You got him to fumble twice in that game. Granted, I promise you, Vrabel and McDaniels are hammering home that film with Drake May all week long and showing mistake reels all over the place and showing him exactly what he cannot do. But he's 23 years old. He's never been in this spot before. It's his first AFC Championship game, okay? On the road, in the noise, at altitude, all that stuff, Andy. There's a possibility he folds like a cheap lawn chair and the Broncos defense handles him and Denver wins a 9-6 game.
Listen, once upon a time, in order to go to Super Bowl 50 and win it, the Broncos basically got 2 nice touchdowns and a field goal or something and had to hold on for dear life.
It was all in the first half, right?
It was. And then they had to hold on for dear life as the greatest of all time got a couple cracks at them near the end. So, again, if you can get out there, and I know Sean can game plan well. His first 15 has been going a lot better this year than it did a year ago.
Yep.
Get out there, scheme up a couple of touchdown drives, get a couple of Will Lutz kicks. And, again, all year long we've said the defense has got to be special. Well, guess what, boys? You got to be special one more time.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. Tune in on Sunday to hear the national call of Broncos Pats and then Seahawks Rams. That's right, AFC Championship game here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 1 o'clock. Seahawks Rams, that's the later game. I believe that's a 4:30 kick is what they call that in the NFC Championship. By the way, I'll be the placeholder here on Sunday afternoon between those two games. So you get post-game reaction with me after Broncos-Pats on Sunday.
Cool, Carl.
Absolutely. Altitude, we'll see if we open the phones. Altitude Sports Radio loves football. We cuddle football. We spoon football. We make out with football. We love football on Altitude Sports Radio, and we love talking to our friend Chad Brown. That is next. Tuesday afternoons, we talk to our guy Chad Brown, the All-Pro, with us here to talk about a Broncos team headed to the AFC Championship, but it is not short on drama as Stiddy and company get ready to take on the New England Patriots. Chad, let's start with the whiplash of the Broncos knocking off the Bills in the most dramatic fashion humanly possible, and then finding out less than an hour later that their quarterback was done for the year because he had a broken ankle. You played football a long time. Did you ever experience anything like that at all?
No, never. Never. I was doing a post-game show, and some comments came in on the text line, and it's just so improbable that I just ignored them. I thought it was just some spammer or somebody trying to get a rise out of me or something. So it wasn't until the producer broke in and said, "Hey, no, this is the real deal," that I was, forced to go, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this has really happened." And then it makes me think, I'm surprised this is the first time, at least in my memory, my football memory, that something like this has happened. The roller coaster of emotions for Bronco fans. But fortunately for the Bronco fans, of all the backup quarterbacks in the league, you've got one who was personally selected by the head coach. You've got one who was drafted by the Patriots with the desire to be a Tom Brady successor. So there's a lot of respect for Jarrett Stidham and what he can do. Now he's got to show us that he can actually do it.
All right, Chad, what chance do you give him? How realistic do you think this is?
It's realistic. Now, what is not realistic is to expect Jarrett Stidham and come in and replace Bo Nix. Is to expect Jarrett Stidham to come in and compete throw for throw with Drake May, who's in the running to be league MVP this year. That's not the path to success. Or to have him throw 46 passes, as Bo Nix threw last week. Or for him to be the leading rusher, as Bo Nix was last week. None of those are the path to success. The path to success is to lean upon the defense. Vance Joseph to squeeze a little bit more out of that group, for a lot of those guys to take a little bit more onus on themselves, for that wide receiver room to make up for what looks like it's going to be the loss of Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin. So Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram and these other guys step up your play, for the run game to be a significant factor, which has only been a couple of times this year. But if you can get those things, defense, skill position, and run game to come up a bit, and for Jarrett Stidham to be good, not great, not awful, but just good, it's possible to get the win against New England.
Yeah, and defense is going to have to lead the way. Chad, I don't know if you did any Patriots games this year or not, but based on what you have seen of that team and their offense led by Josh McDaniels and Drake May, where can the Broncos get them, and where do they present problems for the Broncos defense?
Unlike a lot of teams who have a defined system and a style, the Patriots don't. Josh McDaniels comes off that Bill Belichick tree with a style is I'm going to figure out a way to win, not be slavish to my style. So looking at this Broncos defense, that's what Josh McDaniels is going to do first. Looking back at the Buffalo Bills game, the Buffalo Bills got a number of explosive plays, both in the run game and in the pass game. So I expect to see the Patriots to run the ball and try to run the ball effectively. They got two running backs who they can do that with. So they can run the same play call, but these backs are going to run it differently. It's going to feel different. The timing's going to be different. So I expect to see that. I've long said a potential issue for this Broncos defense is their lack of size, particularly up the middle. And if you are dedicated to the run game, you can get some yards, as we saw last week, what Buffalo was able to do. So that's going to be one way the Patriots offense is going to attack. Then after that, I go back to the Jacksonville game, where Jacksonville recognized if we just go max protect and keep backs and tight ends in and limit what we asked Trevor Lawrence to do, we're not going to be able to be effective down the field. That's playing into the Bronco hands. So Jacksonville said, okay, you're going to be able to get and win some one-on-ones against our guys. You're going to sack Trevor Lawrence. Broncos defense got 4 sacks. Jacksonville walked away with 6 passing plays of 20-plus yards or more. So those are the kind of things that Josh McDaniels is going to be looking at. Where can I manufacture explosive plays? Where has this team been hurt recently? And how does my personnel match up with these guys to enable me to replicate what Buffalo did, to replicate what Jacksonville did?
Chad, I know we've asked you about it before, but let's go ahead and revisit it. J.K. Dobbins opened the 21-day window, and everybody's hoping he can come back. You've had what is the midfoot sprain, the Liz Frank, whatever you want to call it. How realistic do you think his return is? And as a running back now, I mean, again, the two guys that I've seen try to fight back from this that I can remember mostly, were Champ, and you've talked about what you dealt with yourself. Those are reactionary positions. Does it help J.K. Dobbins that he would be in the position to know where he's going and maybe not have to react as much necessarily as, say, a defensive player? Does it just not matter with that injury?
I mean, if the run game or the run call goes as planned, yeah, he should be able to go downhill and follow a block. But if there's penetration in the backfield and you've got to suddenly start or stop or change direction in the way that you weren't anticipating. Now, for me, I tore my Liz Frank. So his could have been a partial tear and it could have healed up. So his results could be far different than mine. But again, as I told you guys, I was never the same. Now, luckily for me, I was in year 10 of my career, so I was able to get by with veteran savvy and experience and technique and knowledge and know-how. Those things typically don't come into play at the running back position where you're just trying to run away from the big dudes who are trying to tackle you and hurt you. So I suppose it depends on where he really is as far as the damage with the Liz Frank or midfoot sprain. I would not have been able to come back in this situation and expect to play running back where the cuts are unpredictable, where the ground, it won't be too cold out there, so it won't be frozen hard ground. But still, it's going to be a difficult thing for me to expect him to come back and hit the ground running and this run game to pick up where it left off before he was injured.
Chad Brown, our guest, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Chad, let's talk about the psychological factor for this Broncos team. Bo Nix, in many ways, has kind of become the heart and soul of this Broncos team, and the belief or belief, if you will, in Bo Nix has been one of the things that has gotten this team going. What does Sean Payton have to do this week? What are the buttons you push in this moment? It's an AFC championship game. It's not like guys will be short on motivation, but how does Sean Payton maneuver this very odd football moment?
I don't think he's actually got to do too much. This Bronco team has shown such resilience, and find any kind of way to win this year. When struck with this news, a football team can go one of two directions. Guys could start, looking on their phone for what's the quickest flight to Cabo on Sunday night and start packing their bags. Or guys can, make the resolve and look the man in the mirror. Mm-hmm. What can I do? How can I be 2 or 3 plays better? And if all of our starters do that and all the guys who have a role to play in the game do that, then we can get by with Jarrett Stidham playing just good. He doesn't have to be great. He can be just good enough. So I think that's the mental makeup of this football team. So I don't think Sean Payton is going to be pulling off some master class in motivation and psychology. It's just, do the best job you can, Sean, to give Jarrett Stidham the best chance for success. You don't need to worry about Jonathan Cooper or Nick Bonito or Hufanga or any of those other guys. They're going to show up ready to go.
No doubt. So let's flip it to the other side now. For the New England Patriots defense, led by Mike Vrabel, who I believe is a former teammate of yours, Chad.
Correct. Yes.
Vrabel in New England. But for those guys, and you played in the league a long time, when a backup quarterback hit the field and was ice cold, and in many ways, Stiddy's pretty cold going into this game, having not played in 2 years, what did you guys try and do? Did you guys do anything differently?
You recognize that the margin for error has just gotten that much smaller. And so we can't miss a tackle. We can't have a blown coverage call. We can't end a play with the other team scoring getting a touchdown, and two guys in the secondary pointing the finger at each other saying, I thought you had him. That was me. Was that you? Oh, man, I can't believe, I didn't hear the call. We can't do that. So I've had those conversations on the sideline. All right, so-and-so, Mr. Backup is in. We may not score again. We got a 3-point lead. We got to hold this the whole time. Or going into the game, we can't expect to get 21 points on offense. We may have to manufacture a score on our own. We may have to give these guys a short field, but we're going to have to make the plays so this offense can be successful. It's a lot of pressure on a defense to have a zero margin for error, and it certainly can make you overly tight. But this defense, again, has done these kinds of things all year. They've come up and sealed games. They've made game-changing plays. They've made game-changing turnovers. So for them, do what you've done, yet find a way to turn it up just a notch or two while you're still playing within yourself.
All right, I want to turn the car a little bit here, because man, Chad, sometimes when you really get into it, like there's a part of me that believes the Broncos could totally pull this off, and then I think about the last time I watched Jarrett Stidham play a regular season game, much different team, but it's been 2 years. But I don't want to focus on that too much. How about that? If you were advising Vance Joseph, and look, you're a defensive guy, and you know how hard it is for defensive guys to get second chances at head coaching jobs sometimes. Feels like the offensive guys get 2 or 3 shots before a defensive guy will get that chance again, although Robert Saleh, I guess, breaking that trend with his surprise hire, at least in my book, down in Tennessee. What would you advise Vance Joseph to do? Do you like the ownership groups left? Do you like the quarterback situations left? Would you advise him to take one this cycle, or would it hurt him to wait one more round if he needed to?
I think make the move when you are ready, because I don't think you get a third chance at this. This is your shot. Make it stick. Las Vegas, upon maybe first reflection, folks could say, well, that could be a good one. Well, you got to look at outside the team itself. Well, I mean, even within the team, the ownership, I mean, it's the son of a legendary owner, but not the legendary owner. Where's the Super Bowl success in the front office? What is the actual role of Tom Brady? Who's going to be quarterback? That's just within the organization. Let's look outside of it. Oh, okay, I'm the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Great. Now I'm in the AFC West. I got to face Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, and Bo Nix twice a year. None of that seems fun. A situation like Baltimore, where the rest of that division is down a bit, yet you've got a returning MVP at quarterback. You've got an owner who has been to a Super Bowl, who knows what it takes to put together a winning organization. You've got a front office that maximizes the draft almost every single year, that gets some of the most compensatory picks in the league every single year. That's a situation where I think Vance could be successful, where he's not asked to go in and rebuild the thing. He's asked to go in and keep the trains running on time and begin to create his own stamp on the organization. That's a much better situation to me than Las Vegas. So it's going to be that type of criteria he's going to have to look at this lens through. I'm sure the first time you get offered a head coaching job, you're just excited. You take it. You figure chips will fall where they may. We saw what happened with that. It was not a good situation with the Broncos from an ownership standpoint. The quarterback position was completely unsolidified. There was somebody in the organization who thought he knew more football than you and didn't let you play the players you wanted to play, didn't let you hire the coaches you wanted to hire. That's not a path to success. I think Vance can completely recognize that now. So I'm sure he'll be far more discerning here the second time around.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be. Chad Brown, everybody. We talk to him on Tuesdays at 4 o'clock. Chad, great work, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, there he goes. That is Chad Brown. Chad Brown, by the way, living in a world where the Indiana Hoosiers are a national champion in college football. I can't believe we saw the day. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got another keyword for you on an Avalanche ticket Tuesday. So we'll give you that. We're going to announce a winner today at 5:55. Andy, speaking of the coaching carousel, I've got a really interesting bit of coaching news nugget to share with you. And more than anything, I want to get into a conversation regarding Vance Joseph. I've got a world-class 30 for 30. What if I told you? When we come back, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, thank you, big voice guy. Live in Denver, Colorado, a.k.a. Stiddy City, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is time for your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. The way it works, guys, if you're new to Altitude Sports Radio, is we do Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays, we do Nuggets Ticket Thursdays, and we give you a keyword, and then you text it in, and if you enter enough times, you increase your likelihood of victory. And then if we draw your name, but you have to text in to get in, you could win tickets to see the Avalanche or the Nuggets. In this case, it's for Avs Ducks tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Your keyword right now, Frankie. Frankie.
Oh, backup goalies, huh?
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing here, Andy. We went Groovy, now we're going Frankie.
Although Groovy was a starter, to be fair.
He was a backup first. Then he became a starter.
Who did he back up? Remind me. We've had a lot of Avs goalies lately.
Yeah, he showed up here. They got him like a 3-year, $9 million deal. Wasn't he initially? Was he Varlamov's backup initially?
Yeah,
when he
you
showed
might
up
be
here?
right.
Going way back
right.
right there. I mean, you're trusting my hockey memory, so don't give me too much credit there. But text Frankie, as in Pavel Francouz, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered for tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow night. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. This keyword is Frankie. We'll announce our winner at 5:55 p.m. today. Frankie, Frankie. Text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You are entered for tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow night. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. Andy, I've got a coaching carousel note here for you. This from Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. Former Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel informed the Browns he is withdrawing from their head coaching search ahead of a scheduled in-person interview tomorrow.
I think a good idea.
Yeah, McDaniel, still a candidate for the Ravens and Raiders jobs, is interviewing for the Chargers OC position today. He has multiple OC offers and could have a new home soon.
What do you think he wants to do? I'm sure you like the head coach paycheck.
Yes. But I also think he wants to, he's looking around and he's going, okay, Herbert needs a play caller, Lamar Jackson needs a play caller, and Josh Allen needs a play caller.
Josh Allen?
I will take one of those opportunities instead of being the next lamb led to slaughter by the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns, Vegas Raiders.
I mean,
even
the Raiders, you'd at least get Mendoza.
Sure.
The Browns, that's, again, it's just like, I'll skip the graveyard. I'm
with you, but, I would even say this. Look, Mendoza looks like he may have what it takes to be something special, but you don't know.
Sure.
He knows what he's got in the other 3 you mentioned.
I mean, I'd roll my
Pro
dice
Bowlers
with Mendoza before I'd rolled my dice with the Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur. I guess Deshaun Watson's still under contract there. Browns group.
I would stay away from that.
Yeah. If you're
don't you wonder, how do the Browns find a head coach? Seriously. I mean, they will. They always do.
Yeah, they'll pay somebody a lot of money, and they'll go and coach the Browns, and they'll say all the right things, and they'll be excited about it.
Were you thrown off to wake up to the news that Robert Saleh would be the Tennessee Titans head coach? See, this is why maybe you shouldn't be firing your coach so quickly.
Are they looking at it and saying that's the Vrabel profile?
Maybe. Maybe.
That's defensive coach vibes guy, and that's who we go and get. It feels like they're trying to replicate the Vrabel thing by hiring Saleh to me.
Yeah, I would completely agree, but I don't think you've done it.
No.
I don't know. There's always one head coach you and I talk about when they get hired where we're like, yeah, that isn't going to work, and so maybe Saleh's it. But
yeah, and it's always possible that if you are not anchored down by being the Jets coach, maybe you got a shot somewhere else.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Do you believe in Cam Ward?
Yeah, I think Cam Ward showed you enough this year to say, okay, we're going to try and throw the organizational weight behind him and see what we can turn him into right now. I thought
you got no choice.
Like when I watched Cam play this year, though, like I saw an NFL quarterback in there, awful team, and a rookie in his first year of NFL development. But I think Cam Ward's got an NFL shot to him.
Well, if you get the right coordinators, everything's possible. But, yeah, look, we'll see. I just look at some of the names bouncing around this cycle, and it makes me.
It goes back to the Bills, man. I don't know what you think you're going to do that's better than McDermott.
And by the way, I just sent you guys a tweet. Can I just ask you, and this is just maybe Andy being Andy, which always happens. The whole goodbye and thanks to the memory tweet, you don't have to do that. You just fired the guy.
After you fired the guy?
Yeah. After
Right.
you fired, hey, thanks, coach. Red heart, blue heart, you're always a Bill. No, you're not. He's not always a Bill. You just shipped him out of town. You just flipped his life upside down. You know what I mean? Like, I saw that, and I'm like, why are you? I just think it's stupid. I just do. I think, what do you got to do that? So you're classy now because you fired him, but you said thanks for the memories.
Didn't the Mavs do
does
the
that make
same?
you like a better breaker-upper or something? I mean, come on.
Didn't the Mavs do the same thing after they traded Luka?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
the fans, I'm sure the fans didn't want to see it
Right,
at the time.
right. Yeah, we don't want to celebrate all of the tribute video and everything else they did. I think it just made everybody hate Nico Harrison more. Yeah, now I'll say this: and from the Bills' perspective, if you upgrade, well, then it looks like a savvy move. Then it's like, hey, we're a classy organization and we just found somebody better. But if you do worse, then you look even stupider. So
yeah, you really do.
That's what you got to worry about.
I don't know why. I guess because
you didn't remain friends after breakups, Andy.
No, I mean I could, but I'm not calling her up right away and being like, man, we had some really good times,
Those are
didn't
some
we?
good times.
You know.
Your keyword this hour is Frankie, Frankie. Andy, what if I told you in December of 2018, okay? Put yourself back to December of 2018. Andy Lindahl, what were you, Orange and Blue Radio? You were doing the show with Tyler.
I was.
Back then, that was
talking strictly Broncos.
We would not unite until the following summer.
Yeah, I went to the Super Bowl in Atlanta, and we got back, and they decided to give me the tribute video.
Did they tweet out "Thank you, Lindahl"?
Yeah, I don't know if they did or not. They might have.
Orange
Probably
and Blue
not,
Heart.
though.
All right.
Yeah.
What if I told you in December of 2018? Think back to where you were at that time. That in January of 2026, the Denver Broncos, Jim Nance, would be one home win away from the Super Bowl.
The Denver Broncos!
And two of the most important figures in that run would be Vance Joseph and Garrett Bowles.
Vance Joseph, I should say.
I love it. Yeah, so here's what's crazy, right? If that's the only information I have.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, Vance Joseph really turns it around as a head coach, huh?
Wow, Garrett Bowles really figured it out.
Yeah.
He stopped grabbing everybody and putting them in a headlock. I don't see that happening. I mean, Andy, what's wild about where they're at right now is like there was a lot of failures to the initial VJ coaching regime, organizational failures, his failures, drafting failures. But like Garrett Bowles and Vance Joseph in December of 2018, and I don't think I'm adding any hyperbole to this. They were reviled in this town.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, you and I, dude, we would go on to do 2 years of shows of people. Look, I even said it. I didn't want to watch Garrett Bowles play left tackle for the Broncos anymore around 2020.
His first 3 seasons.
Yeah.
It was just, what is he doing? Like, this guy's got no NFL future.
You always had and I can't remember if it was on KOA or the beloved 760, But you always talk about John Elway doing his show on there because he was GM at the time, where he openly questioned to Dave Logan. I don't know if he knows the rules of holding.
Right. It was wild. Like, Vance Joseph, and granted, VJ was fired. Like, Bulls stayed here the whole time, but VJ got canned. And VJ had to go and be a vagabond defensive coordinator for a while and, repair his image, so to speak. And now he looks like he's an in-demand coaching candidate, and he had a hell of a game plan to take the ball away from Josh Allen on Sunday. Garrett Bowles is at the age of 33, 33, 34, whatever he is, first team All-Pro this season, and has turned into one of the best players in the NFL, particularly on the offensive line. Like, if you would have told me in December of 2018, hey, Vance Joseph and Garrett Bowles, you're going to love them in January of 2026, Andy, I would have been less surprised if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet.
No, I'm with you. Again, but even as you lay it out, like, if I would have just told you these two are going to be in the center of the revival that leads the Broncos, as you said, a game away from the Super Bowl, all they got to do is beat the Patriots at home. And then you were to find out, like, again, wouldn't you assume VJ is still somehow the head coach and survived it? Like, what's even more amazing about it is I would have to tell you, no, wait, he got fired and agreed to come back as a defensive coordinator.
To the team that
Who
fired
gets
him.
fired
Right.
by a team and then takes a lesser position
to
come back and prove things. I mean, that's what's amazing about it.
Along these lines, by the way, Andy, like, you mentioned the Patriots part of it. Let's just tack that onto it. If you would have told me, again, if you would have told me that in December of 2018, and you would have been like, oh, yeah, Bill Belichick's not the coach of the Patriots anymore. In fact, they're two coaches removed from Bill Belichick, and yet this team is already back in an AFC championship game. And, oh, by the way, they have an all-pro quarterback already in their organization after Tom Brady is gone.
Yeah.
I probably would have given you the middle finger for that one. Few things annoy me more than when an organization goes directly from great quarterback to another great quarterback. I know there was a couple of years there of fluff with the Patriots. Like, it wasn't exactly just like Favre to Rodgers, but still, like, that quickly, thanks.
Dude.
Thanks, guys.
And I finally remembered it was Buck and Aikman doing that game the other day. How about through the snow? They're trying to show Robert Kraft, and like Aikman said it, and I'm like, you can't be saying this with a straight face, Troy. Where he goes, yeah, those few years they weren't good really was rough on Kraft. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? The 4 years he had to endure not being good, the 5 years. Get out of here, man. And then the next game I watched, Chicago fans actually get to enjoy their first really good quarterback, maybe a franchise history,
ever, Andy.
And do amazing things. But poor Robert Kraft had to go through 5 years of not being good. By the way, going back to the Zolak comment, do you not feel like there might be, like, I do think Bronco fans still hate the Patriots.
I think so.
I'm not going to tell you it's
actually
the spiciest rivalry going, but I would tell you this: Broncos-Patriots a hell of a lot bigger rivalry than Broncos-Raider is right now.
Oh, without a doubt. They played more meaningful games in the last decade. I wondered about that, though. I meant to ask you about that. Like, did it die without Belichick and Brady there? I mean, that's what's so weird about the Patriots now is you look at them and you're just like, other than Kraft, you're just like, none of these people, they're all new.
Well, they haven't won. The hate the national hate the Patriots endured has shifted to the Chiefs. You and I know that. But I also look, it's like Red Wings and Avs in a way. And as much as I'd love Red Wings and Avs to be what it was, without Adam Foote wanting to just break the face of Brendan Shanahan every time, without Osgood and Waugh,
and Darren
without
McCarty
Draper, without, we could go, on and on, McCarty, the whole deal, Lemieux, without the central figures that truly made it a bloodlust-style feud, it's not the same. And we see it in sports all the time. You lose... it was Howie Long, it was Lester Hayes, it was Jim Plunkett, it was Madden. Howie Long hated John Elway.
Right.
And everybody wanted to talk about his buck teeth and all that other stuff.
Sean Payton and Bo Nix have never played a big game against Mike Vrabel and Drake May,
No.
Which, like,
But I still think the fan bases probably have a little something for each other.
Oh, without a doubt. And maybe, I don't know, is that where sports rivalries exist now? Is they're just all on Twitter with just fans yelling at each other?
Well, yeah, because not enough players usually hang around long enough for it to matter. That is why I agree with Zolak. Look, it's a bummer for 1,000 reasons, but it really would have been cool to get Drake May v. Bo Nix, AFC champion version 1, because if nothing else, these two, if they can, and I don't know if they will, we don't know, but if they can create a history like Manning and Brady had with each other, that'd be a lot of fun to be a part of.
It would be, and it's, you don't get to say like dominance in the draft class. You lose that juice a little bit. Obviously, Caleb and the Bears lost last week. Jaden Daniels and company didn't make the postseason this year. Like that's going to be like one of the fun races sort of that draft class, is like which one of them is going to be the first to get to play in a Super Bowl. And I mean, Bo can still be the first one to get a ring, but Drake May could potentially be the first one to play in a Super Bowl. We don't know. Broncos got to knock him off the perch. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword is Frankie. Text Frankie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered for tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow night. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword Frankie. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Andy, Nuggets Lakers tonight, 8 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your pregame coverage begins at 7:30. I have got a really backhanded compliment for LeBron James that you will want to hear when we return. Keep it here.
Jamal Murray has it at the midcourt circle. He gets double teamed. Throws out of it to Hardaway. Inside the arc, Bruce Brown. Alley-oop. Dunk behind your head! Aaron Gordon! The Nuggets lead it by 7 with a half a minute to go. And this thing is over!
Reverse alley-oop by AG. Pretty damn good. That was a lot more fun than any Hornets highlights you could have played right there. So nice job, Spring. That was from Saturday night, the victory over the Washington Wizards. Nuggets will see the Wizards again coming up on Thursday. But tonight, LeBron and Luka and the Lakers coming into town. Andy, LeBron James is...
You like getting nailed by the king?
You sure do, Petros. LeBron James is he's in his 70s now. He's averaging 23 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists on 51, 33, 76 shooting splits. Unbelievable that he is still this good of an NBA player. And LeBron James, in his long and storied NBA career, has had a ton of success. Listen to this, Andy. LeBron James has faced every team in the NBA at least 30 times.
Wow.
He has played everybody in the
is
league
stupid.
at least 30 times. And he has a winning record against 29 out of 30 teams in his basketball life. He is over 500 against 29 out of 30 teams. Andy, do you know the one team that LeBron James has a career losing record against?
The Denver Nuggets.
The Denver, not Broncos, Jim Nance, the Nuggets.
Yeah!
That's right. In his career, thank you, Cousin Katie, 21 and 24 all time against Denver. His worst record against a single opponent. Second on the list is Houston. He's 25 and 23. Third is Chicago. He's 35 and 31. It's kind of weird. Chicago's not been good like his entire career. But either way, he has a losing record only against the Nuggets in his career.
What do you explain that to? I mean, seriously, because the Nuggets haven't been good. Like, half of his career, the Nuggets were not good.
Well, but they were, though. Like, he and Melo were in the same draft class.
Yes, that's true.
I guess it's like a third if you think about it. Melo always played really well against LeBron, too. Like, the Melo Nuggets were always good anytime Cleveland came to town. And then obviously there was, the George Karl, we're going to run the floor Nuggets without any superstars and, not win any playoff games. And then there was the Brian Shaw era. I would imagine he had a winning record then. He probably did pretty well the first couple of years of Malone, but then once Joker and Jamal got cooking, I think the Nuggets were good again.
Where was he? The Brian Shaw era, which is all just a blur. That's in the
he would
teens,
have
right?
been back in Cleveland then.
Okay.
That's the return to Cleveland. So it was, Cleveland, Miami, Cleveland, Lakers was the way that all went for the King. But yes, he's got a losing record in his basketball life against the Nuggets.
Wow.
So take that, LeBron.
There's that.
Yeah, exactly. That's a fun note to have going into this game tonight. By the way, one other thing really quickly, Andy, getting back to your point of like, hey, this has been fun. Can we just get the guys back? Dan Hyatt pointed out today, basically in any metric, one of the things that screams how special Jamal Murray and Peyton Watson and Jalen Pickett and everybody have really been, AG has been in this stretch here. In any metric that requires any size on the floor, scoring in the paint, scoring points in the paint, defending the paint, rebounding, offensive rebounding, any of those things, the Nuggets the last 11 games have gotten destroyed. I mean, they're getting killed in all of those metrics. So appreciate what Jamal and P. Watt and company are doing all that much more. And tonight, what I'm guessing tonight is J.J. Redick will surround DeAndre Ayton with just as many big guys as he can throw out there. So he'll throw Jared Vanderbilt out there and Drew Timme out there and LeBron out there and, have Marcus Smart run his point and just go with the biggest lineups he possibly can and hope that edge gets these guys tonight. Man, it just goes to show you how special and how clutch Jamal Murray and P. Watt have really been to keep this thing afloat here. And AG. Let's not forget Aaron Gordon, because even though he's been missing games, he's been great when he's been out there.
Yeah, and I mean, again, tip of the cap to Zeke Najee for playing the best basketball of his career. Tip of the cap to Jalen Pickett for figuring some things out. How do you think, how much changes in the dynamic of everything with Jimmy Butler tearing his ACL last night? I mean, that's bad.
Yeah, Warriors, I mean, we're already shaky, and now I think this eliminates.
I'm trying.
Okay. I think this eliminates the Warriors as a serious threat in the West. Lakers, by the way, they've been a barrel of mediocre here of late. So chance for Nuggets to go and get this thing tonight against these dudes. 8 o'clock is your tip. Pregame coverage at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are getting you set for the AFC Championship game. Kurt Warner, he's a notable backup quarterback that went on to have some success, Hall of Fame career even. Earlier today, Kurt Warner was on with Raj and Sandman, and he talked about what Sean Payton is going to try to do this week to make it as seamless a transition from Bo Nix as the starter to Jared Stidham as the starter.
Well, I mean, I think you always have to think about that. I think the one thing that Coach Payton has done really over the last 2 years since Bo has become the starter is he's managed things really well for Bo. And, as Bo's gotten better, and of course in moments they trust him to be able to push the ball down the field and make the big throws. But as you watch their offense, there are a lot of short, screen throws, quick throws at the line of scrimmage, throws that are easy on a quarterback. And I believe Sean Payton will dial those up and manage this game really well in the early stages, with a lot of those kinds of throws, not asking Jared to read the field and attack down the field and make all these big throws. Not that he's going to not dial any of those up, but I just think he's going to do a great job of managing, getting the ball out of his hands, getting him some easy completions and some confidence for him and for his team. He'll do that early and then see where this game goes. I mean, the beautiful thing, as I said, is you got a really good defense. And so, you don't have to come out and swing for the fences right off the bat feeling like, hey, this is going to be a 35-30 game. You can, go into it with the idea this is going to be a lower scoring game, and you can manage your quarterback that way. And then as he gets into the flow and starts feeling it, or he's playing well, you can dial up some of those shots, and hopefully he can make some big plays to help you get a win.
Andy, I agree with what Warner said right there completely. Like, Sean is going to dial up the easy button throws. When I hear that, I think, okay, this has got to be a big R.J. Harvey pass catching game. And RJ had a good one against Buffalo last week. He's shown that to me is his best attribute here in his rookie season, is catching the football out of the backfield, making a guy miss and making a play. And then the other guy that I'm circling right there is Marvin Mims. This has got to be a big Mims game. Again, get the ball out of Stiddy's hands quickly. Get it into the hands of your playmakers, and it's going to be incumbent upon guys like Harvey and Mims. I think those two players in particular, like, make the catch, make a man miss, and stay ahead of schedule. But I think the quick passing game is going to be a huge part of the game plan here.
Yeah, because what would be great is if they could maintain long drives.
Right.
10, 12, 13-play drives. Stiddy's going to have to be a little bit patient like Bo learned to be. Now, look, Jeff told us that
take the
Jared
punt when it's there, yeah.
Jared Stidham, when things go bad, he's going to want to push it downfield maybe more than Bo did. Bo would take the dump off and whatnot. Now, look, if it works and it converts first downs, who cares?
Yep.
I don't care how you get it done, but the longer you can possess the ball and give them less cracks at you, the better. Now, will they be able to? I don't know. But you're right. I'm sure he's going to tell Jared Stidham, kind of like training camp a couple years ago, hey, just get the ball out fast. Let's not take sacks. Don't throw picks. Do Do you think Sean opens it up, or do we get an even more, like a couple weeks ago, do we get our Chiefs, Chargers, just don't screw the game up type game plan, do you think?
It's what I anticipate, which leads me to believe that maybe that's a classic Sean Payton rope-a-dope, and he'll look at it and he'll say, well, that's exactly what Vrabel and Kerr are going to be anticipating as well. And so opening drive, I'm just a 9 route, I'm taking a shot. You know, I'm going to see what can be done, and if anything, even if I don't hit it, it plants that idea into their secondary, and it opens something up for me a little bit later in the game. But maybe just a run the ball on first down and then play action shot play on second down and just see if it's there. I mean, the biggest thing that to me Sean is going to try and do in this game is he's going to try and steal an early touchdown. Somewhere, somehow, steal an early touchdown out of a big play, maybe a big trick play, whatever it may be, and try and play with a lead in this game. Because you don't want to fall behind with that New England defense teeing off. And, Kurt Warner went on to say a little bit later in the conversation, like, the Patriots are going to blitz. They're going to blitz a lot in this game.
Yep.
The pressure is they are going to send it, and they're going to try and do everything they can to get Stiddy uncomfortable in there and never let him settle into the game. Like, that's where, for me, Andy, like the Broncos, the first half of this game is just survive it, okay? Be within a score at the half. Be within a field goal at the half, and let Stiddy settle into this game. And then that's when maybe you can start to find a really good play calling rhythm. But stay in this game in the first half. I think that's what the Broncos have to do, and I think a part of that is hoping you get an early score.
Yeah, I mean, that would help.
Early scores, middle scores, late scores, they would all help.
Just score,
score.
Get some drives put together, just look like a functional offense.
That's what you're going for. We got your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday at 5:20, but the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL heading up to the AFC Championship game, which you can listen to here on Altitude Sports Radio coming up, and we have got updates. We have got an honor for a Broncos rookie. We have got an old and familiar name back in the fold here this week, and a couple of other notes coming up. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Another opportunity for you to win Avs tickets coming up at 5:20. We'll give you another keyword, some breaking news. Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran, the two that cleared the 75% threshold. They will both go into the Baseball Hall of Fame, joining Jeff Kent in the class of 2026, two of the great center fielders of their era. Carlos Beltran, who played, forever, over 2,500 games. And then Andrew Jones, obviously, one of the great defensive center fielders of all time for the Atlanta Braves. So Jones and Beltran going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Spring, let's do this thing. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go.
Celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's on Tuesdays only. Get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Got a Broncos note here, although this is something that's been in effect for a while now. Visiting fans trying to go to Broncos Patriots Sunday afternoon who are not in the Rocky Mountain region. They're attempting to purchase tickets via Ticketmaster, and they have been issued the following response. Due to limited availability, tickets will be sold only to those with a billing address in the Rocky Mountain region, including Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, Montana, South Dakota, and western Kansas.
Suck it, chowderheads. By the way, where's the line of demarcation in Kansas? What's the cutoff line?
The closer you get to Arrowhead, the closer we get to the cutoff. I would guess that.
That certainly does make sense. Well, the new Arrowhead, the one that's going to be in Kansas. Remember, that's a thing. They're moving to Kansas, Andy.
Well, allegedly, Mark had sent us something that said that there's still an open window for Missouri to steal it back, but I guess we'll see. I don't know.
I guess they'll have to show you.
Yes.
See? There you
Show
go.
me the money.
Yeah. Show me the tax revenue, please.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Show me how
right
I
now.
get it for free.
Exactly. Show me how the owner is going to somehow bilk the taxpayers. All right, so there you go. The Patriots fans seeking playoff tickets. I don't know, get a P.O. box in Albuquerque or something like that, and I suppose you can then buy whatever tickets remain available. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, congratulations. Let me say that properly.
And congratulations.
This man deserves it. He deserves all the adoration. Jeremy Crawshaw, named to the Pro Football Writers Association All-Rookie Team.
Good for him.
How many other rookie punters were there this year?
No idea. Not my area of expertise.
Okay.
I can give you that.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you kind of the punter and the whole battery kind of guy?
Typically, yes. I'll have to look up and see how many guys he beat out to be able to make it. But nonetheless, Crawshaw, he really did have a very good rookie season, Andy. He had an unbelievable punt in overtime, which went out of bounds at the 7-yard line. That was a huge punt right there. Forced Buffalo to have to go to the length of the field, and then eventually Josh Allen would throw an interception to Jaquan McMillan on a play in which Brandon Cooks never actually completed the act of catching the football. Crawshaw had a great rookie season. Congratulations to Jeremy Crawshaw. Andy, area of consternation back during training camp. He did not have a good camp. He was shaky at best in camp and in the preseason, but when the lights were brightest, Jeremy Crawshaw, you know what they call him? He's a gamer.
He's a gamer. He was ready to go. Turns out he doesn't need to practice.
Nope.
He wasn't worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's a man. He's 40, even though he's a rookie.
He is up there a little bit. But congratulations to Crawshaw. Very few Crawshanks this year. Spring.
High five. The Broncos are signing wide receiver Brandon Johnson to their practice squad in the 2022 through 2022 and 2023. He had 25 catches for 5 touchdowns. He caught that Russell Wilson Hail Mary against the Commanders like week 2 of that season
right.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Way to go, Brandon Johnson. He's back, Andy. So they got Elijah Moore if they got to play him. They got Loner. Loner was inactive the other day. He's a tight end, but still he's tall and presumably can catch a football. And now they're bringing back Brandon Johnson. Certainly it's we're all going to open the injury report when it comes into our email inbox tomorrow with a bit of trepidation as to what's going on with Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin, bringing in yet another wide receiver right now. It's not a great sign to start the week for the Broncos.
Not necessarily. I do wonder, though, remember who's on the roster and probably is going to stay on the roster is Elijah Moore. So remember, he was kind of part of the fun call-up, and now he may actually get a shot to play if these guys are hurt. They may actually not deactivate him and actually dress him. So we'll see. That was a guy once upon a time. I imagine Stiddy's thrown a couple practice passes to that dude. I don't know.
He had 19
not ideal,
catches with Russ back in 2023. Did catch 4 touchdowns. That's
Brandon Johnson you're talking
Brandon
about.
Johnson, yes.
He's fast. He might be the replacement for Franklin in the pop the top category.
There you go. So go get him, Brandon Johnson. He's back. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Titans are hiring Robert Saleh to be their new head coach. It's a 5-year deal.
Yeah, according to Adam Schefter, he reported that earlier today. The former Jets head coach spent a year back with San Francisco and worked with that defense that didn't have Nick Bosa, didn't have Fred Warner, and he did a pretty damn good job. I mean, that's one thing Saleh's always had going for him. He is a good defensive game planner right there. Obviously, he's going to have to nail the OC hire to be able to coach up Cam Ward. But Robert Saleh back in Tennessee. Andy, you and I we're not necessarily the two that would be the most impressed by a Robert Saleh hire right here, which again, does that just scream that like this coaching cycle is underwhelming at best?
Yeah, again, you better have an idea what you're now. In fairness, I guess to the Titans, they got rid of Callahan way early in the season.
So they've had time in the very least to get the search firms and all of that.
All that
cranking. I don't know. The Callahan hire was quite uninspired. So,
but I mean, they talked to Dable. You know, wasn't it? Were they the ones trying to close in on Stefanski that the Falcons wouldn't let Stefanski get there, or was that the Dolphins maybe? But the Dolphins wanted Halfley because apparently Halfley. I don't know, man. This is a weird cycle. And I got a feeling a lot of these guys in 2 years are going to be back on the market.
Funny thing about it, though, Andy, is like, I don't know, again, like we say that, and yet, like, I don't know, last year, Liam Cohen fixing Baker Mayfield, you were like, is that guy ready to be an NFL head coach? And that guy did a hell of a job this season, you know? Like, I don't know with these guys. Sometimes dudes just get hired and instantly it just clicks and they do a hell of a job. So who knows? Maybe Saleh will crush it in Tennessee.
Well, listen. You do realize that Saleh and Cohen, they had that little dust up because
now they're in the same division.
So now they get to both be angry hotheads in the same division. That could be fun.
Yeah, 2 times a year they can say keep my name out of your mouth.
Out your mouth.
Yeah, or whatever the hell they were talking about. I don't know.
Whatever Saleh accused him of.
All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, Mike McDaniel has withdrawn his name from the Cleveland Browns head coaching search.
Yeah, that's a guy like Mike McDaniel has no shortage of offers, Andy. If McDaniel wants to jump back into the head coaching waters, I think he'll have a chance to be able to do that. He also can basically just like name his destination as an OC.
Yeah, which I wouldn't be surprised if he goes that route.
Right.
Maybe takes a couple years, and then he can name his destination as a head coach again. Right?
Exactly. Like he could take a year, really. And like it's again, when you have an opportunity, when Josh Allen needs an OC, when needs a play caller, when Lamar Jackson needs a play caller, when Justin Herbert needs a play caller, when the number 1 pick in the draft and Fernando Mendoza needs a play caller, like there's a lot of opportunities for McDaniel to say, you know what, save the headache for a year. I'll go back in, and after another year, my stock will never be higher than what it will be next year. So I would say for Mike McDaniel, you probably really don't need to go interview with the Browns. You're good on that one.
Yeah, your name's out there.
Yes.
You don't need to go take interviews for the sake of taking it. Again, I'll be fascinated to see who actually buckles down and takes the Cleveland job. Someone will.
Sure.
But that doesn't seem like a good time to be in the middle of.
No, that's like I'm assuming whoever takes the Cleveland job is going to be one of the guys in this cycle that's just like, well, I need my break. Okay.
Brian Daboll, maybe? Does Daboll just desperate to stay in the game?
Yeah.
If he doesn't get hired in Buffalo, take it?
There's only 32 of these things, and somebody's got to go and get this gig. Okay, and you know what? As long as I have the job and you're telling me that I got Myles Garrett, I've got an opportunity to maybe turn my coaching career around. But if you're Mike McDaniel looking at that quarterback room, you're just like, I'm good.
No, thanks.
Yeah. I did the Tua thing for long enough. I don't need to go and try and fix Shador.
So is Tua back to the guy in Miami, or what happens there?
Tua's already said he needs a fresh start.
Well, does Halfley come in and say, I'm your fresh start?
I don't know. If you're getting your first NFL head coaching gig, do you want to trust it
No,
to Tua?
I don't, but you
Right.
signed him. That's the problem. See, again, this is where I didn't think they should have signed Tua to that extension. I would have been a little leery about it, and now here we are.
Yeah,
And
but
this is
Andy,
why,
But all you have to do is just go, look at Denver. I can eat the dead money. Look at
Sure.
Denver. Yeah. It probably won't work because it's really hard to do, but in the very least, you have the precedent to make the argument. And Stephen Ross, I mean, he'll have to buy because here's the other thing. If you're Stephen Ross and you're a gajillionaire hanging on your yacht down there in South Beach, do you want to watch Tua play another game in a Dolphins uniform? You've probably seen enough of that as well.
Yeah, I think the fans will let you know they don't, and that's what's key.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Kurt Warner with his idea on how Vrabel and the Patriots will attack Stiddy. We'll dive into some of that when we come back, plus yet another keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, your final chance to win, as we'll announce a winner today at 5:55. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl radio program on Altitude Sports Radio. Your third and final keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is wedgie. Text wedgie, WEDGIE, to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you're entered for 2 tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. PapaMurphys.com. One more time, keyword wedgie, WEDGIE.
As in Wedgwood, the backup now starter.
As in atomic wedgie. We'll announce the winner at 5:55. WEDGIE. Text wedgie to 303-504-0925. So, Andy, we've gone Groovy, Frankie, and now wedgie on our keywords today. All backup goalies. By the way, second chance drawing available for you at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. So if you don't win on the show, which, let's be honest, most of you aren't going to, you want to go to altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix, and that enters you our second chance drawing, so you can still win tickets for the Avs and the Ducks tomorrow night. Andy, I want to listen to this Kurt Warner comment, and then I've got a list for you. Okay,
list me. We're not to the list part of the year, thank God, nor the draft part of the year. I love it.
And yet, it's a very relevant list to this week. But first, let's listen to Kurt Warner. He was on earlier today. The Hall of Famer was on with Raj and Sandman and talked a little bit about how the Broncos and Sean Payton plan to protect Jarrett Stidham, and touches certainly on what Vrabel and New England's game plan is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold when you talk about that. Is that, A, it's scheme. Do you have answers in your scheme? You know, you have pressure answers in your scheme. I see a lot of quarterbacks that almost seem oblivious to pressure, as if we haven't talked about it. Quarterback doesn't even expect it. They just kind of expect everything to be picked up, and he gets hit or it creates negative plays. And then there's the other side of it is, scheme-wise, do you build in those answers? Do you talk about it? Do you have a place for the quarterback to go, as opposed to what you're talking about is just salvaging it? Hey, if they get pressure, make a play. Throw it before they get there. And I hate that idea, because now you're just asking a quarterback to just figure something out instead of talking about it, having it built in, giving them an answer. There's no question, if I'm New England and Mike Vrabel and company, I'm coming after Jarrett Stidham. He hasn't played in 2 years, and I'm trying to get him to trying to create some negative plays by him. So I really believe that answer, whatever those answers are for Jarrett within the scheme, are going to be huge come Sunday.
Andy, the question in all of this is, like everything Kurt Warner says there, it's just intuitive, right? New England wants to get as much pressure as they possibly can. They've got a stud in Christian Gonzalez on the backside that they're not afraid to just man you up and then blitz up front. So they're not worried about all of that part of the game. But ultimately, like, Sean Payton can scheme everything up that he wants for Jarrett Stidham. It's going to come down to how long does it take for Stiddy to find his composure in this game to then have the answers for the riddles that Vrabel's throwing at him. And that's the unknown. That's the part all of us are going to learn on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a great call. Now, again, what you're hoping is Sean Payton can scheme up some formations and use the personnel groupings that he loves to so much.
Big personnel.
To try to get some answers easy, make it an easy reader book for Stiddy, right? Get out there, make them identify what they're doing, try to through personnel identify some of what they're doing. But I'm not saying that they'll for sure be able to do that.
Through personnel, something you just mentioned there, okay? Who is Sean Payton's most trusted pass protector in his backfield?
Well, it's been Bidet.
It's been Tyler Bidet.
Yeah.
Is this a big Tyler Bidet game on Sunday?
I hope not.
Is Tyler Bidet the hero we've all been waiting for? I mean, Andy, That's what happens in the playoffs. Hey, PJ Locke is a playoff hero a year after spinal fusion surgery, okay? Maybe, just maybe, and when it's Monday morning and we're talking about Stiddy City going to the Super Bowl, we're talking about a massive Tyler Bidet game.
All right, if he is the hero, then I will personally slide into the DMs of Metallica to remake their song "The Hero of Bidet." Okay, I mean, it doesn't feel like that's happening.
They have a song about a bidet?
No, it's called "The Hero of the Day." But you know, look. I mean, Nate, listen, dude.
Tyler Bidet.
I'm trying to stay positive in this whole day, bro. Let's bring back Brandon Johnson and let's make Tyler Bidet the hero. I'm like, well, all right. At some point, it's just a field too far for me to keep being positive about this.
Your best pass pro guy.
Right.
Trusted Sean Payton dude. The Anthony Carter to Sean Payton's George Karl.
Sure.
Don't talk about what he ever did in the playoffs. Tyler Bidet, hero on Sunday. Tyler Bidet is he's gonna pass pro and then get out in a route and boom and chip and go and it's you know what, you look up at the end of the day and it's 6 catches for 46 yards and a tutty out of Tyler Bidet.
Yeah,
pretty good.
But we've yet to see it. See, again, that's my problem. I keep asking.
Run a lot of screens for Stiddy. Again, give him the easy buttons.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Give him the easy buttons. I'm in agreement with that, Nate. I've agreed. Give him all the easy buttons you can. But I just think when it comes to, listen, Sean's going to have to get over the fumbles that both R.J. Harvey and
Jaleel McLaughlin
had a week ago. You're going to have to trust those guys. You're going to have to let them play, you know? Like you said, I wouldn't be calling too many deep drops that have, Stiddy trying to change protection so that he can buy time for a deep pass. You're just going to have to do what you can do. Golly, dude. I felt all right about this yesterday. This show's not helping me today with my morale.
Tyler Bidet takes a lot of snaps when Bo Nix plays, okay? So
yeah, I get it. But again, like you said, he's a blocker, and that's fine. He is a really good blocker. But to me, I need the guy that can not only block a little bit, but can also slip out into the pattern and then be a problem when he does.
Hey, chip
We've yet
release.
to see that element from Bidet.
Catch that screen and make a play, and everything will be nice and clean because that's what Bidet does.
Maybe some more Frank Crum option plays.
There you go.
You know?
What's actually, Spring, can you check on that for me? What is the Frank Crum anytime touchdown odds in this game? I have to imagine they're substantially lower than they were before last week.
Yeah, because you run the play now. You can't, you can only go to the well so often.
It's on tape.
What has Sullivan got for, I don't know, Evan Ingram? Can we get him to draw up some Evan Ingram plays?
There you go. Sign us up. Evan Ingram, maybe he'll make a play this week. Maybe Stiddy can do something there. It's like this is, but in all seriousness, okay, this is one of the mysteries that New England is going to have to solve is we don't know where Stiddy wants to go with the football because we haven't watched this guy play football in 2 years. We haven't watched him with this supporting cast. We don't know that for sure. We don't know who Stiddy's security blanket is. I assume it's Cortland Sutton because that's the Broncos' best receiver. But we don't know for sure. It's the little mysteries. And while they're trying to solve that mystery, if you can hit a shot play, you can get a turnover, you can kick a field goal, and you got yourself a 10-0 first quarter lead and you're playing with house money.
Well, if you can do that,
you're looking good.
Listen, the goal needs to be 14 to 17 points by the half, and that's a lofty goal. But if you can do that, then you can maybe withstand whatever adjustments they make while you hopefully put them in not ideal position for a second-year quarterback dealing with the noise inside and power.
Your keyword is wedgie, W-E-D-G-I-E. Text wedgie right now to our text line. The number is 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered to win 2 tickets for Avs Ducks tomorrow. Andy, I promised a list, all right?
Give me the list.
This list is courtesy of the Associated Press. So when we're talking about what Jarrett Stidham is trying to do this week, we have consistently brought up the names Jeff Hostetler and Nick Foles.
Yes.
Because they were backup quarterbacks that replaced good starters and then went to win the Super Bowl. All right? However, neither of those names are on the list I'm about to give you because both of those guys started games in the regular season. In the case of Jeff Hostetler for the 91 Giants, he started 12 games that year. In the case of Nick Foles, he started 3 games at the end of the year after the Carson Wentz injury before taking over as the starter and eventually going and being a part of the Philly special and beating New England in the Super Bowl. The list I'm about to give you is the list that Jared Stidham will join. 5 quarterbacks that made their first start of the NFL season in the playoffs.
Okay.
You're not going to like all these names.
Ah, great.
Yeah.
You got me really fired up.
I start with the 2020 Washington football team.
Okay. I already don't like it.
If you recall, Alex Smith replaced Dwayne Haskins late in the year, and then Alex Smith suffered a calf injury and was not able to play in the wild card round against Tampa Bay. They started Taylor Heineke in that game, did the 2020 Washington football team. And by the way, they were 7-9 and went on to the wild card round. Heineke stepped in, made a second career start, threw for 306 yards and a touchdown in a loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But hey, 306 and a tutty out of Taylor Heineke. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, you take that.
You'll take
306 and a tutty.
Yeah.
And I think the Broncos are in pretty good shape.
Yep. I completely agree with that. The 2016 Oakland Raiders. Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Leading the Raiders to their first playoff berth in 14 years, but he broke his leg in week 16. Matt McGloin started the season finale but got hurt, which set up Connor Cook to make his first career start in a wild card game at Houston. 18 for 45, 161 yards, 1 tutty, 3 picks, and a 27-14 loss to the Texans.
Yeah, let me just say this. Do you even think...
Cue the Wilhelm scream on that performance.
All of them. Yeah, where's the alligator one? Ew! Yeah, that one.
Connor Cook never appeared in an NFL game again.
I would also guess Sean Payton in no world wants to throw 45 times with Jared Stidham.
No, you really don't. That's not
18 of 45, Nate.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. I'm not even a big stats guy, and I know how brutal that is. Good God.
Here's a name for you to remember this guy. Remember Joe Webb?
Barely.
Giant? Joe Webb had played 3 offensive snaps back in 2012 when he was called on to start the wild card game for the Minnesota Vikings against Green Bay after Christian Ponder suffered an elbow injury.
Golly, your options aren't great either way.
Joe Webb had started 2 games in 2010, but he did not throw a single pass in 2012 before the game against the Packers. 11 of 30, buck 80, 1 tutty, 1 pick, and a 24-10 loss. That's another Wilhelm scream. Oh! Joe Webb.
Here's the good news. I do firmly believe Jared Stidham is better than both Joe Webb
and Connor Cook. Yeah, I agree.
So we got that going for us.
I firmly believe
I do think he's in the Taylor Heineke class.
Okay.
So he gets a chance to show it.
So here's a little bit of good news for you.
Well, good. I need it after those 2.
The 92 Buffalo Bills. Jim Kelly hurt his knee in the season finale, giving the starting nod for a wild card game against the Houston Oilers to Frank Reich.
Yes.
You remember what happened that day?
I believe not only did Frank Reich get down, but they got down big to the Oilers, and Reich architected one of the great comebacks in playoff history.
35-3. Early third quarter, the Bills trailed before Reich engineered the biggest comeback in playoff history through 4 tutties to lead the Bills to a 41-38 overtime victory. Yes, people like to bring up New England and 28-3 to Atlanta, but 35-3, Frank Reich and the Bills would win that game and go on to play Pittsburgh the next week in the AFC title game.
And you know what? The Bills were home that day.
Yep. Damn right.
I remember watching that game.
It was
That game was nuts.
It was unbelievable. That was Warren Moon and the Oilers that blew that game. Yeah, Jim Kelly came back and played the following week against Pittsburgh.
I believe they won and went on, right? Wasn't that one of the four
One
runs?
of the Super Bowl losses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 1983, Gary Danielson. Remember Gary Danielson, CBS?
Yeah.
College football announcer?
Another guy that was a gentleman that always would answer his phone and happy to come on and do an interview with you.
Eric Hipple started all 16 games in 83, with Danielson coming off the bench 10 times to throw 113 passes and 7 tutties, but he did not make a start that year. Hipple hurt his knee in the season finale. Gary Danielson got the start in the divisional round against San Francisco in 1983. The results were rough as Danielson threw 5 interceptions, including 4 in the first half, but still almost came out with a win. Joe Montana had to throw a go-ahead touchdown pass to Freddie Solomon with 1:23 to play to make it 24-23, and Eddie Murray missed a 43-yard field goal in the closing seconds as the Lions lost. Hey, again, I mean, you don't like the 5 interceptions thing.
No.
Clearly. But you had a chance to win that game. If Will Lutz has a 43-yard field goal to win the game on Sunday, I love the Broncos' chances. Sign me up for that one.
Yep.
And I got one more for you. Again, these are quarterbacks who made their first start of a season in the playoffs. 1972, the Dallas Cowboys. The 72 Cowboys. Roger the Dodger Staubach had separated his shoulder in the Super Bowl in 71. Craig Morton took over as the starter and kept the job even late in the season when Roger the Dodger came back healthy. But Tom Landry went back to Staubach in the divisional round with Dallas trailing 28-13. It's a very Manning back in for Brock Osweiler kind of moment. And he engineered one of the biggest playoff comebacks ever. Staubach threw 2 tutties in the final 90 seconds, helped the Cowboys win 30-28 and advance to the NFC title game. Staubach then got his first start since winning Super Bowl MVP the previous season, but struggled in a 26-3 loss to Washington. So Frank Reich is the only quarterback in NFL history to win the game when his first start of the season came in the playoffs.
Okay. I still like Taylor Heineke. Let's stick with Taylor Heineke.
Okay.
Do you not feel like, look, I don't know that
Stidham
Jared
can do
Stidham
that.
is as mobile as that guy, and Heineke had more starts. I remember the up and down nature. Heineke would always, they'd try to find somebody else, that somebody else would suck. Heineke would eventually come back in and play and get a few starts every year, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
So he's played, I think, more recently before that start than what Jared Stidham's going to be dealing with. But I feel like Stidham could be in the Heineke class.
Andy, quarterbacks are 2-3 in this spot all time. It's doable. It's doable. 2-3. Again, all you're looking for is just something better than impossibility, something better than 0, which is what Stiddy gives you. 2-3, you'll take it. Got to have a good football team around you. And guess what? The 90s Bills and the 70s Cowboys, pretty good teams. Were they not? I would say the 2025 Denver Broncos are pretty friggin' good.
Well, and again, you still have all the important pieces of what makes your defense good.
Yeah.
And that's what's important because that's what mainly got you here.
Yeah. And I'm going to trust that Stiddy is better than Connor Cook and Joe Webb.
I would agree.
So there you go. See?
There it is.
You feel better now, right?
I do.
You feel great.
I'm not betting the mortgage, but I feel better.
Okay. All right. Just maybe one of the utility bills, but not the
Maybe
mortgage.
a coffee. Yeah, I'll give up a coffee.
A coffee. There's no confidence in that. Your 520 keyword is wedgie. Text wedgie. That's WEDGIE, wedgie, to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you're entered for 2 tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10 on a $10 Tuesday. Go to papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword is wedgie. Wedgie, Wedgie. We'll announce the winner at 5:55. Nuggets Lakers coming up. Plus, Andy, I have a question for you about behavior while operating a motor vehicle. Something that I saw on the internet today. Is this acceptable? We'll discuss next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're going to announce our winner for Avs Ducks tickets coming up at 5:55. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is, of course, your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. Tune in Sunday, 1 o'clock. Broncos Patriots right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 National Call. And that's Ryan Radke and Mike Golick. And then Seahawks Rams will have it all for you right here. Altitude Sports Radio. We do love the football. Andy, Nuggets Lakers tonight. Jamal Murray, not named an all-star starter. Jokic was named a starter yesterday. They'll announce the rest of the rosters coming up on February 1st. Andy, there are 4 players in the NBA who enter today's action averaging 25 or more points, 7 or more assists, and their team's win percentage is above 600. Those 4 players are Cade Cunningham of the Pistons, all-star starter. Luka Doncic of the Lakers, who we'll see tonight, NBA's leading scorer, all-star starter. Nikola Jokic, named a starter of the all-star game. And the other, Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray, the only other season in NBA history, a pair of teammates both averaged at least 25 and 7 with that kind of win percentage. The 2019-2020 Houston Rockets, and that year, both Russell Westbrook and James Harden were named to the All-Star team. Every list that I have looking at of projected All-Star rosters, by the way, Jamal's not even a bubble guy. It's just like, no, this guy he's an All-Star. It's not even questionable. And oh, by the way, for a guard averaging at least 25 and 7 since 1983, he has the best assist-to-turnover ratio in NBA history. One of Jamal's superpowers, why this team has continued to win at almost damn near the same clip they were when Jokic was healthy and on the court, was that Jamal has efficiently run this offense, Andy. Like he has scored, he's been passing out of his mind and playmaking out of his mind, but also more importantly, he's not being sloppy with the basketball. He was the other night against the Hornets, but everybody was. He's been awesome.
Yeah, he has been awesome. He deserves to be an all-star. It's just, look, they're one of the more amazing stories as well, frankly.
Yeah.
You know, you talked about if I had told you, seriously, if we would have talked about Valanciunas, heck, at one time Murray was out, Jokic is out, like all the injuries, just add them all up, and you give people that record, there's no way I would have thought that was even possible.
They went
with the likes of Zeke Naji and Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, big Najee minutes, and it's gone well. When Jokic got hurt,
heck, they haven't even had Strother to really do much in this stretch, who you would have at least thought would have contributed.
They were 22-10 when Jokic got hurt. They've been 7-4 since. So really, like a 69% win rate when Jokic was healthy and a 65% without Jokic. You've had almost no fall off whatsoever. Go get him tonight, beat a mediocre Lakers team. Andy, Brandon Johnson is back with the Broncos. Our friend Romy Bean tweeted an interesting clip just a few minutes ago. Brandon Johnson, former preseason camp body. He did have, 25 catches a couple of years ago. Do you remember the name Justin Outen? Remember this guy?
Oh, yeah.
He was Nathaniel Hackett's offensive coordinator. Justin Outen was talking to the media back in training camp 2022, and this is Justin Outen, former Bronco offensive coordinator Justin Outen. This was his scouting report of wide receiver Brandon Johnson back in 22.
B's been a hung, young individual with an opportunity. He's taking advantage of it.
Whoa. Yeah, come again, what?
I'm sorry, what were those words that you just put together? He was what now?
B's been a hung, young individual with an opportunity.
What he was
taking
looking
advantage
for?
of it.
I'm assuming that's what he meant, but he forgot to finish the word. That's an unfortunate omission of a syllable.
A hung, young.
Brandon Johnson is a single guy. That's just advertising.
Sure. Well put. That's,
you know what I mean?
You know what that is? That's a coordinator being a good wingman at the podium, I suppose.
Yeah.
B's been a hung individual with an opportunity.
For anybody wondering, this guy might be Nick Foles.
He's the Nick Foles
This
of wide
guy
receivers. Nice.
Would like to be Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks. Thanks for that one there, Justin Outen.
Thanks for all the words there, guy.
Can't believe that coaching staff didn't hold out for long.
I was about to say, how well was that offense coordinated? I can't figure out. How about that guy trying to call a play into your helmet?
It starts with me.
Andy, I got to wrap things up. I got a story from TMZ. This is from yesterday, okay?
I think you just gave us one from TMZ.
Sure, no
Still
kidding.
another one?
Seriously.
A hung
jury.
Yesterday, paparazzi in Los Angeles snapped a photo of 94-year-old William Shatner. Okay?
Yeah.
Bill
Good for him.
Shatner is
Still kicking.
Not only still kicking, still driving at the age of 94, apparently. And that's notable in this story because a paparazzi photo was taken at a stoplight in which William Shatner is behind the wheel and is photographed eating a bowl of cereal while driving. A bowl of cereal while driving.
Now, no notes on what type of cereal. I mean, was he getting down with some Fruity Pebbles, some Honey Smacks, some Lucky Charms?
According to the report, it is believed that he was getting down on some Raisin Bran.
Okay, that's smart at his age. You want to keep the old
the age of
plumbing
94,
moving.
yes, you want to keep everything moving. High fiber,
regular.
whole grains. It's
Yeah.
certainly the way you want to go.
Heart healthy.
Absolutely. Hey, you don't make it to 94 by accident, okay? William Shatner eating cereal while driving.
Which led you to ponder aloud.
I can't imagine there's many foods that are, but first off, more difficult to eat while driving, and secondly, probably not particularly safe to eat while operating a motor vehicle, right?
Yeah, you don't want a raisin getting lodged somewhere. That's for sure if it was Raisin Bran.
Plus,
He's got to be driving either an automatic or he had a Tesla driving for him. I don't know which.
The likelihood of a milk spill and then, I mean, milk gets in the upholstery, that's just going to stink.
Yeah,
You don't want that.
A hard stop and it's all done. You're really thinking your decision's over.
I mean, a fender bender, somebody bumps you from behind. And
A lot of milk.
Yeah, Raisin Bran all over the lap.
Look,
it's in the
and
steering wheel.
In 94, Nate.
Yeah.
People don't think you spilled the cereal. They're like, sure, Grandpa, let's get you home.
Listen, Shaky McGee.
Yeah, we need to bathe you. Nah, I had a bowl of cereal. It's milk. It's old milk.
I mean,
I've done some bold things, but I've never thought I'm going to eat this bowl of cereal on my way to the destination.
I guess it's better than a bowl of soup, right?
Yeah, it's still problems.
Yeah.
You know, there's a burn element to the soup.
There is. Raisin Bran's it's a hearty cereal.
Sure.
So you're really hoping for some milk soakage.
Well, and you need to get that thing done. Because once it really soaks up the milk, you ain't choking that down.
No.
It becomes like plaster. What was your go-to at the day if you were to try such an event? Honeycomb? Frosted Flakes?
Cereal while driving?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be a flaky cereal. It's got to be something hearty. I don't want like O's or anything like that. I don't want anything that is going to lead to like too much milk splashage. You know?
No, you're right.
I
but
don't
you can't
want
do
that.
like a Captain Crunch. That thing will cut your mouth up with your haste to get the thing done.
What about a Fruity Pebbles?
See, the Fruity Pebbles get way soggy and way gross.
Yeah. Yeah, because, again, like, the cereal is also, you want to eat it with a certain amount of speed and pace.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes to eat the cereal before things become a little not what you signed up for.
Apparently Shatner's just crushing bowls of Raisin Bran while driving around at the age of 94. Look out if you're in the crosswalk and you happen to see Captain Kirk rolling through.
Do you call our guy Ramos at Ramos Law if he hits you?
The
guy had a bowl of Raisin Bran while he was driving.
I just got T-boned by Shatner
By
over
Shatner. And his Raisin Bran.
Spring, who won our tickets today?
Joshua Hedleston.
Hedleston. Hedleston. Way to go, Joshua Hedleston. Joshua Hedleston wins himself a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche and the not-so-mighty Ducks of Anaheim tomorrow night at Ball Arena as the Avs will reconvene. We got the Nuggets tonight against the Lakers. Berto's got your pregame at 7:30, brought to you by Ramos Law. We'll get you the tip-off at 8 o'clock. It's AFC Championship week. It's Stiddy City. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Thanks again to Chad Brown. Thanks to Scott Zolak for stopping by the show today. We had a gigantic pile of fun. The Blitz is coming up next. For Spring and Andy, I'm Nate. Drive safely and do so while